Okay, we are live, and tonight we are covering the presidential election, not Super Tuesday, but the day after Super Tuesday. I'm here with the panel of fantabulous guests that I forgot all of their names, so they're going to introduce themselves one by one, starting with Alcazar. I don't think that's a good name. Whatever.
All right. So, my name is Alcazar. I'm a neurotic teenager from St. Louis. I have a Twitter account at Alcazar, which I also think is linked in the description. I have a YouTube channel that I plan to upload in the future, but don't know when that'll happen.
Okay, I am Scotch Wakos, although a lot of my friends online call me Scotch. I am a political YouTuber primarily, and you can find my YouTube channel and a Twitter account that may belong to me, that may have been created after an old account that may have belonged to me was suspended permanently. And you can find both of those links in the description box below. I guess I'd consider myself politically something of a centrist overall, maybe with some divergent views. And I am a proud member of the Average Boys for Biden. So I'm hoping it's going to be a good night.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we got a Biden supporter.
Oh, I forgot to mention. I'm also a Biden supporter, but I also co-host a podcast called Spurgonomics. So check that out. I host it with two other people.
All right, human people.
I politically identify as probably a centrist, neoliberal, or national liberal type. Something like that.
Apparently, you're all Epstein bots. So, Wanderer Brewski, you introduce yourself.
Yes, sir. So, I'm a bit different. Well, I'm probably not that different, but I'm a political. I'm a political YouTuber. I do gaming, and I also do commentary. Smash of.
He's gone.
Oh shit.
Okay. He's back.
Well, so I do like a mixed mash of stuff, but I mostly focus on. I would consider myself politically an identitarian, national conservative, but I hold different views on all over the political spectrum. Certain left-wing views, certain centrist views, certain right-wing views. Depends on the issue, depends on the circumstances. Kind of big brain type of stuff, but in terms of that, so I just have a YouTube where I kind of focus mostly on issues of identity and such like that. So I'm a bit more right wing than a lot of these people here, but in terms of who I'm expecting, as I said on the Super Tuesday stream on Scott's channel, I'm hoping for a brokered convention. But it looks like Biden might run away with it.
Okay, so we're covering the stream tonight. Somebody asked in the chat, I put it up on screen, Jonathan Rodriguez, where's the Steyer squad at? Is anybody here for Tom Steyer? Because no. I will ban you right now.
What do you have with Tom Steyer?
Just who supports Tom Steyer? He has no chance of winning.
Didn't Steyer
people in South Carolina? That's what.
Didn't Steyer twerk or something in South Carolina?
No, but he danced to back that bitch up.
Oh, we have a special guest, Mike Harlow, already showing up. Amazing.
Hey, dude, how are you?
I'm good. Welcome to the Biden live stream that's happening for some reason an hour before returns come in.
The Biden live stream?
Yeah. He's going to win today.
Oh, okay. I was like, does it know it's a live stream?
Introduce yourself, Mike Harlow.
Hey, my name is Mike. I talk and stuff, I guess. I'm unbanned from Twitter now. I heard somebody, clicked on it, I heard somebody was banned, so I'll try to, help you. Because I'm apparently unbannable.
Well, I think they're suspended, but not
there was... Oh, right, actually, one of us is temporarily suspended.
Yeah, I'm temporarily suspended until 8:30, I think, Central Time.
Oh, I thought you were because I just came back from the dead from a permanent ban.
Oh, yeah, okay. Mike was banned for since November. So funny story about Mike Harlow being banned from Twitter, which
it's all your fault.
Is the last time I saw Mike Harlow, we were watching a debate, and then the last thing I said to him before I got in my car and drove away was "Don't get banned from Twitter." And the next day he got banned.
What'd you get banned?
What did he get banned for?
Literally nothing. It was International Pronoun Day, so I was talking about pronouns, and the next day I was banned.
Oh, I called somebody the R word.
Ooh. They just basically invented reasons.
All right, that's a little dishonest. I repeated it over and over again until I hit the character limit.
You got suspended because you got suspended for the very tweet that I told you to get suspended for.
You were right. I was so
I'll
Causing
I-
everyone's suspensions.
Yeah, you were right though, because I love it. You were like, yeah, just so you know, people get like suspended for this stuff. It's like, I don't care. I'm here to have fun, and then I get suspended for 12 hours.
Right. So we have 300 people watching in the chat, which is kind of impressive. I don't know if that is
Oh
impressive.
God, wait. Oh
Well,
no.
it beats the 11 or whatever we had last week on my channel, so I'd say that's pretty good.
We have
Let's
somebody
compare.
named
Wait,
named
Alex.
Sean Mc.
All of them.
We have somebody named Sean McManus in the chat that says at HydroPX, someone is nervous. I only highlighted that comment because he has the same first name as me.
Is that
But-
like your like alter ego or something?
No.
Well,
No,
Sean was in the chat in the stream, the quick stream that me and Wandering Ruski did before this one. So he's a committed follower of ours, I guess.
Oh my God, hold on. We got a super chat. All super chats will be read on air along with random comments that amuse me. This one says, "This is Tom Steyer's money, Jonathan Rodriguez for $20. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir."
Shouldn't it be
more-
like 20 million then?
I'm more of a Bloombucks type of guy. I'm more of that guy. I'm more in favor of
Bucks.
Bloomberg's money.
Hi Tony. We're almost ready to roll. It's just we have the thingamabob right now. Like I'm putting the thing on. Yeah, so results aren't coming in until 8 o'clock when we're gonna expect them, but these results should be called pretty quickly because I don't know about you guys, but I'm expecting a Biden like sweeping victory today.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a Biden blowout, which is
Did you
why we're
guys
having
see
this
that,
celebratory bash.
Did you guys see in, I think, Michigan it was, Biden is way ahead in the polls in a
Yeah,
state
yeah.
that Bernie won?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
he
yeah.
also he won. But it's also now there's a bit of caveats in that. But remember, also in 2016, Hillary was up by like 21 points on average, and then he won by 1.5 points. So obviously there could be something like that could happen. But we were talking this before the live stream that Bernie lost his the kind of the anti-Hillary white working class vote that kind of brought him to victory in like states like Washington. But now that it's Biden, that's why he's losing in states like Minnesota and such. So I think I don't know if we'll see a repeat of that, but I'll obviously have to see in an hour.
Yeah.
We have a comment from Randy Gukchuk, and it
You
says,
sound like Joe Biden.
I thought that Democrats can't stand old white men, but they're going to nominate another old white man.
I mean,
Yeah, damn straight they are. I
It's
mean,
almost
the
like they're
activists.
hypocrites.
I mean, the activists. I think we have to differentiate here between like the activist Democrat class, like the media class, and like normie Democrat voters, because I mean, I think a lot of the people we see online on Twitter and stuff hating on old white men, and some of the people you might hear in your university classes, there's something of force in Democratic politics, but I think if the actual voting thus far has shown anything, I think they're the minority. I think most people, most like normie Democrats aren't racist. They aren't sexist. They just want somebody they kind of like. Like, I don't think, like, I would ask people, like, to consider the people in your classes maybe don't like old white men and wouldn't want to vote for one. I mean, a lot of them are voting for Bernie anyway, but I don't know, maybe they say he doesn't count because he's like Jewish or whatever. But I don't think your parents, your like Democrat parents, if you have them, are opposed to voting for old white men. Really,
I got a question from the super chat. I'm just going to read it right quick. It comes from Big JV 423 for $5. Have any of you noticed an increase in ad revenue due to Bloomberg ads?
I don't know about you, but I saw like an assload of like Bloomberg ads for like I've been like spam them, and like I'm telling, like, so out of all the ads I've seen for all presidential candidates, I think Bloomberg eclipsed them like combined by like an order of magnitude of like by 8 or something.
Well, that's mathematically true, but I guess that question might be directed more at me since I've run ads in all my videos.
I saw Bloomberg ads on your channel, Sean.
Oh my God! So I would make yes, there was a bit of a bump, the Bloomberg bump for a lot of content creators, and it's funny because I was making anti-Bloomberg content and getting ads from Michael Bloomberg, so it would be like Bloomberg is amazing, and then I'd break down like where I think he's one of the most authoritarian candidates. But it wasn't only the ads; it was also videos that I expected to be demonetized right out of the gate that covered Bloomberg were kind of given a pass for a while, and I think that's due to the fact that Michael Bloomberg wanted his ads on relevant content. So thank you for the question, by the way.
I was gonna disagree a little bit with what you were saying before, in that I think even if we know that the masses most people are not radical leftists, most people capitulate to them. Like, look at the Nissan ad that just came out, or the Gillette ad, or all of these things. So they might not feel that way on the inside, but they allow the radicals to control them at the very least.
It does also kind of steer the politics of the so-called like the politicians. Like, whether you like Bernie Sanders or not, he's actually moved the entire Democratic Party to the left on a lot of issues, because that's what he's hammered them away as part of his platform. So now, like, even with people who don't necessarily agree, they're like, they're trying to like frame their healthcare as like Medicare for all, who want it, or something like that. And so they're trying to like obviously capitulate to the Sanders more left-wing types. But in terms of like what Scott was saying, it's also true that most people aren't politically engaged. It's not like they're voting for like strict ideological reasons. They just kind of, it's more it's not like they because we might have a bit, we might be political junkies. We might be, looking at this as maybe a living or even just like a big hobby of ours, something we just consume every day. But most people aren't like that. They just go through their everyday and they see something on the news, but they don't really have they don't have like a strong philosophical, disagreement. It's just, or they might not even know like the factual reasons why. They just have kind of hinges and just kind of and stuff like that. So that's what most people are.
Most people don't vote based on policy. Like, that is a huge misconception. So I got to take a couple more reads if you before I did catch this. That cannot be real. Before I even started streaming, Kirk Wilcox sent me $2. He said, "I like your work. Have some money." On screen, we have literally God saying Biden is all platitudes, and if God said it, it has to be true. And
is he related to literally Hitler?
Possibly. And we got one more from Russell Watts. What are the odds that Biden chooses Hillary as his VP? The odds of Biden choosing Hillary as the VP are 0%. Hillary is not the VP. However, there is another that I have to reference because I cannot believe this is real. It's 159 Australian dollars from Stimulus First, saying just a donation to keep the videos going. I know how high cost of living is in New York. Thank you so much for that. I just saw that. I didn't see that when I was premiering the video. That is ridiculous. I don't know if Australian dollars is like pesos, but
No, they're like Canadian dollars. They're
accordingly it's $103.
They're like three. It's like probably like three-quarters of an American dollar. So yeah, he gives you like $120.
Let me make sure. It's Stimulus the First who sent that to me earlier in the day, probably late in my premiere earlier this morning. I didn't see it. Otherwise, I would have thanked you in the chat during the premiere. Thank you. But damn. And we have another one. Oh my God. I feel like I'm becoming a millionaire. Bernie Sanders is going to come after me. Can you guys see the little chats on the stream?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. So this one comes from David. Would you defend an innocent MAGA hatter at Dunkin' Donuts from a random person berating them, or would your friends judge you if you defend a MAGA peep?
Depends on what he did. I mean, if he's like trying to rape somebody.
The premise of the question is that
like
it's
an innocent.
Oh, okay.
I absolutely would.
Okay.
My friends now wouldn't judge me, but if it's all the friends I've lost for being who I am, then they definitely would.
It depends. If it's like a person being an ass, then that's bad. But I assume the MAGA hat means that in the question they're being berated for just wearing a MAGA hat.
He said an innocent MAGA hat.
Yeah, an innocent person. Thank you. See, this is why I needed to check if you guys could read it. I would what you call it? I would defend it, and none of my friends would abandon me because I have no friends.
Aw.
Yeah,
Well, hey,
friends.
we're your friends.
Yeah.
I don't know
Maybe.
about that.
Mm.
All right, so next up is Keith Gardeck. I gotta stop pronouncing the names. I'm actually like really grateful and I appreciate it. I'm trying to have a little fun. He sent $20. Too much money, guys. Like, bring it down a notch. It said, Sean, is Mike your Clintonian stress reliever? You spelled my name wrong, but it's okay. You gave me money, so I'll just legally change my name to SHAWN. Mike, are you my Clintonian stress reliever?
Bitch, you wish.
So I guess not. And we also have one from Hydro PX who just said blank, $10. Appreciate it.
Just wanted to give you money.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
wait.
mean,
So, wait, Mike. So, how would you describe yourself? We kind of all described ourselves, like where we all fall and all that. How would you describe yourself politically?
I get so everybody says classical liberal, but I feel like that's a little bit of a cop out because I feel like classical liberal is basically just being center right. So I'd say I'm like conservatish because I'm basically like too conservative for the liberals and too liberal for the conservatives. But I would be an independent, but they don't let you vote in the primaries here if you're an independent. So I just
Where are
changed to
you?
Republican.
What?
I'm in New York. I'm in New York. What's that? I know. But yeah, so I
Mike,
registered as
for
a
those of you who don't
Republican.
know, is actually one of the walkaway people. Like, for those of you who
damn.
haven't heard
Oh,
that
okay.
background
Yeah.
on him.
What community did you walk away from?
What's that?
He wants you to
walk away.
explain walkaway.
From the Dems.
Yeah, no, it's just people who have left the left and the Democratic Party and
Oh.
become whatever the hell you want to be.
All right.
All right, so I'm going to run through these, and then eventually I will figure out a system where I can, like, when the results start coming in, where I don't have to pause the discussion to do this. But I haven't streamed in over a year, and people are just, like, shelling out the paper right now. Bobby Fricks, $4.99.
Hey, Bobby.
Hey, Bobby, thank you so much for the donation. During the general, will Biden have a bigger meltdown on stage debating Trump or screaming at a random voter? Rock the house tonight, Mike.
Thanks, Bobby.
Oh, that's your friend, Bobby?
Yeah.
Oh, so what's the question? So what's your answer, Mike?
Oh, both. All of the above. I think what is about to happen over the next 6 months, if they nominate Biden, is going to be historic, is going to be something that people look back on 100 years from now because it's going to be so crazy. And I genuinely feel sorry for Biden. I think something really bad is going to happen at some point, and all these people who just pushed him on stage and pretended that there was no problem are all going to be responsible for that.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of battles between Biden and voters. I love those clips. And honestly, I find it a bit endearing to Joe Biden, even though I'm not like a supporter of Joe Biden. I'm just somebody who called the fact that he was going to win. I find it endearing that he...
We did drink every time Sean says he told us so.
Oh,
yeah.
But that's one. So, but I find it endearing that he doesn't pander to every voter. But it was funny to see him lying to that person. He's like, you said you're going to put Beto O'Rourke, the guy who said he's going to take everybody's AR-15s in charge of guns. And Biden's like, no, I didn't. It's like, you literally did.
It was like 2 days ago.
I know. And then he said it separately on air. Next one is, hey, Sean, I still can't believe Biden is likely to be the winner. He is as confused as, oh my God. He's as confused as Pete Buttigieg's sperm trying to find an egg. Oh, Jesus.
That was engaging.
Oh, geez. That'll definitely get him banned from Twitter.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Miles Kinslow.
Did he see the recent Biden attack on a voter where he said, like, he called him, like, full of shit?
Yeah. That was great.
Yeah.
It was a Bernie. It was like I think it was a Bernie protester. He started yelling or whatever.
He said he'd slap him.
Biden's just an alpha check.
Yeah, I kind of find that endearing, though.
Like, it reminds me of like Chris Christie. Yeah, it reminds me of like Chris Christie when he did those town halls and
That's a
like
good
some
point.
bitch from the teachers union would be like, "You what about my pension?" Then he's like, "Said, listen here, shut up. I put more pension in the last 5 years than most of the governors did combined. No, we don't have the money to pay for it because there's this little thing called Hurricane Sandy."
That's a
You'd
good
be like-
point, but like I might agree if the things that he was saying were true or if he were mentally well.
Right. But I appreciate the combativeness. And by the way, Chris
Yeah, I
Christie, talk about a guy who missed his opportunity to run for the presidency.
Yes.
Yeah.
2012 was his time.
It's so funny in those primary debates in 2016, for so many of them, when I watched them, I was like, wow, Chris Christie is really kicking ass. He's kind of winning these. And then nobody liked him, I guess.
Oh, yeah,
Mike,
I feel
you're
like he's
bad.
gonna be brought back again, though. I feel like he's gonna
Right.
try it again.
I feel like it's like Cory Booker.
I think he's done.
A lot of neoliberal type of people thought Cory Booker did really good at, like, he's doing everything you're supposed to be doing on a debate, just no one ever like took him seriously.
Well,
Yeah.
Cory Booker is a very eloquent speaker. Like, if he gets on point, it's just for some reason it comes off so much less authentic than Obama. Mike,
Yeah.
you're banned from telling the story because I'm going to mention Ann Coulter. So just remember that. But like, I have to give credit to Ann Coulter for she said if Chris Christie doesn't run, Romney's going to win the nomination and he's going to get killed by Obama in the election. And then on Bill Maher, like 4 years later, she's like, Donald Trump has the best chance to win the presidency out of all the candidates. Like, she went 2 for 2. So credit where credit is due on that one. Quick for the super chat, XX Gray Wolf, which is a Metal Gear reference, I think. $2. You think Bernie Sanders is dishwasher safe?
He'll melt.
Sand can't get wet.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Like, disintegrate like paper or whatever in water.
Maybe, I don't know. He's looking really old in a lot of the interviews. Like, losing is not working well on him.
He seems like a spring chicken compared to Biden, I think.
No, dude. Like,
Yeah.
here's the thing, though. Here's the thing about Bernie. Like, people talk about Biden's age a lot, especially online. But Sanders is older, and say what you will about Biden's ability to speak, but at least he didn't have a heart attack. Like, if we're talking about the health of these candidates, Bernie's in objectively worse health than Biden.
Right.
Also,
I think you're true that might be the case, but it's also when it comes to actually like an election, like I think people would care less. I mean, it's less evident that you had a heart attack than if you're like stuttering, your brain's melting on stage. I think it's much more noticeable, and that's something that might affect the results more.
Right.
Yeah, I
well,
agree.
also, it's your perception of health. So we have this thing about people not knowing how to talk, that we think that means that they're not intelligent or that they're somehow more unhealthy. Like, Sanders talks weird. It's funny because we have no eloquent speakers right now at this point in the primaries. Like, Trump is not an eloquent speaker. Biden is just, brain mush.
Honestly, yeah. I don't know that it matters that much.
But Sanders repeats like the same 5 things all the time.
And that's getting really noticeable lately.
Well, did you see when he was on Fox and they asked him about Sweden and they never, or Switzerland, whichever one, Denmark, all these countries, forget them. But anyway, but they asked him about it and they say, these countries have lower corporate tax rates, lower regulations. Like, it's amazing when these guys go on Fox that they get asked the question that's so obvious that the media hasn't asked them. It's insane, because that's the first. I've been saying that on Twitter constantly. I'm like, is Bernie Sanders for lowering regulations, lowering corporate tax rates, lowering business taxes? Like, he would be against all of that, yet he continues to cite these places. And then when confronted, he's like, well, I don't know much about these economies that I've been advocating we switch to for the last, God knows how many years. Yeah, he did.
It's actually kind of crazy. Fox News has actually been, it's been a really good, in my opinion, like when they do like these debates and when they do these town halls, I think they've been pretty fair. I mean, better than you would think, considering everyone knows they're more slanted towards the right. But even for that, I think they're doing a pretty good job. People
forget that they changed management over the last couple of years, so I think they're kind of not totally the joke that they used to be.
Well, it's also, look, Fox is biased and like obviously to the right, everybody knows it, but it's also nobody has challenged these candidates. Like nobody in the media, because they're only doing debates on CNN, MSNBC, NBC, CBS, all the networks that support them. Nobody in the media has really brought up the Hunter Biden stuff. Nobody in the media has confronted Bernie up until extremely recently on him supporting every communist regime ever. So when you see that happen, you're like, oh, journalism?
Nobody
even
called
if
out
it's-
Warren the entire time for her
Yeah.
lying about being fired, the Pocahontas stuff. And it's to their own detriment because you're going to end up with a candidate in the general election that is totally unequipped.
Who's got the tree?
What was that?
Keep going. I don't know what
Just
that
they'll be
was.
totally ill-equipped to handle all the things that are going to be thrown at them.
Right. Yeah, and the thing is, me and Mike, when we were watching the debates, you could see it on our like post live stream, which is on Mike Harlow's channel, where I'm like, she never says the word taxes, and nobody presses her on it. And like, even when they try, they end up moving on to the next thing. And I'm talking about even the other candidates. It was insane. I'm gonna knock out this chat and then one more, and then back around to the panel. So it says, congratulations on your first live stream. Take my money. They're starting to talk like me now. How high are the chances that AOC loses her own district when she gets primaried? What do you guys think?
So her district actually begins like a block away from me. So I'm just outside of her district. I don't know. I think that's pretty likely, but it depends. We'll have to see also who Republicans run, because I think if they actually run a decent person who has appeal here, they could have it's a long shot, but could have a chance at winning.
She's being primaried in the Democratic primary by that CNBC host.
Yeah.
So I do not think that there's any way that a Republican is going to win that district, because a Republican never wins that district. But the Democratic primary challengers are interesting.
I don't know. I think it's more like, I think there could be a scenario where she wins the primary and loses the general election, but it depends on who they nominate, because the thing about the New York Republican Party, they suck so bad that they don't even try to win. They don't put forth appealing candidates who have any clue what district they're running in. They don't even try to win. Like the Republican who ran against her last time looked like Wilford Brimley, and like his big thing that he was running on was he was very upset about his divorce. And you think that's going to beat this like hip girl who dances and claps back and like has the whole media on her side? No. So I just hope Republicans in New York will suck less and just try to win.
I hate to be the bringer of black pills, but I actually think I think she's becoming such a rising superstar within the left that it's not like she's just some regular congresswoman who they could target and get rid of if they wanted to. She's becoming such above her weight and experience in terms of like the national spotlight that I think she will keep her seat. I'm sad to say. It's basically like you've heard the term like red pill and everything.
Yeah.
A black pill is basically like when you take it, it makes you basically, it basically turns you into like you see the world through like this nihilistic depressive lens, like everything doesn't matter, nothing's gonna change, nothing's gonna happen. It's basically this nothing you do ultimately matters, nothing's gonna actually work out. It's like a very it's basically a pessimistic mindset.
It's nihilism, right?
Nice.
Yeah, it sounds like a nihilistic worldview.
I think shitty.
I think she's not. I don't think she's going to lose her primary. She's raised a ton of money, all of it from outside the district. I'm not going to buy it until she's actually voted out. There's a lot of candidates running against her. I think they might all split the vote, because the AOC people are like the Sanders people. They're that person's people. I don't think there's any chance for a Republican. That's why they ran her as a Justice Democrat against Crowley, because it was such a blue district that there's.
But that's
no
why
chance.
I think a really good Republican who is very strong and appropriate for the district could have a chance against her, I think.
I don't know.
Because it could mobilize the people who don't like her in the district. It would take a lot of work. It's a huge long shot, and leave it to the New York Republican Party to screw it up. But
All right, these are starting to pile up on me, so I'm going to go Hydro PX $10 with this bear market. Great time to start investing. That's a statement. It sounded like it's a question, but I don't give financial advice, although I do agree with that. Like,
I don't
give
give
me financial advice.
Like, that's true.
I know, because like if you think that the stock market's going to be down forever, I think that's kind of ridiculous. From being
Sean
honest.
actually gives really good financial advice.
Yeah. I'm not taking financial advice from a dyslexic. Anyways,
Yeah. All right. Well, let me run through these first. So, CJAM 4.99 in euros and/or pounds. Thank you very much. Gabriel Maldonado. I think that's like one of my uncle's last names. What is your opinion on Trump's response or lack thereof to Corona-19? How can he do better? I'll get to that in a second. Let me just get the next one. Coming to Milwaukee for the DNC or just Mythicist? So, okay, let's start with the Corona. What do you guys think?
What?
I think there are two parts. So first of all, with Trump, it's difficult because none of us really know. I mean, you might know, Sean, but most people don't really know what a president should do in this situation. It's funny how all of these people we know on Facebook who a couple weeks ago were Constitution experts are now experts on viruses. So I don't know. I think that there are two different scenarios here that could happen with the coronavirus. Is either it's another hyped up thing by the media, like the swine flu and bird flu and all these things that we've lived through, or it won't be and it'll be something worse than that, and then it'll still be their fault because we've all lost such trust in the media and our institutions that nobody will believe it. So I don't really know what he should do.
I like what Mike was saying. It's, I mean, we're just plebes here. We're not like public. We can't manage like the resources of a continent as large as the United States and see what to do because it's in Florida. It's from Florida to Washington, and so it's basically we don't really have. We can't really say with certainty, but as in my opinion, I think it's gonna already we see the amount of infections in China going down, like new infections. Obviously this is, we have to be vigilant still, but you can't, a lot of people, at least in the circles I run, and they're like, oh, this is it. It's happening. The end of the world's happening. I'm like, no, it's sadly not. Nothing's going to happen. It's going to be, it's going to be a big thing. And then it's going to by summer, it's going to be like SARS or the swine flu.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
I don't like his response because he's very dismissive of it, but at the same time, you shouldn't be like over hyping it like a lot of people are doing. But
yeah,
I agree.
Dissatisfied with Trump's response. Also,
Right.
He didn't really make it clear he was leading the effort. Like his Secretary of Health was like, "Wait, what? I thought I was leading this, not Pence."
One thing
I
find
actually, let me say, I think that he's missing an opportunity here. I think this would be a great opportunity for him to say, this is why we have to bring jobs out of China. This is why we have to bring stuff back to America. And I think he's sort of missing the boat.
Oh yeah,
on this whole issue.
100%, because he this could be something of Trump's bread and butter. This could be like, hey, this could be like, hey, if need be, if something even worse than the coronavirus, because we're all young here, we're not going to die from the coronavirus, but like let's say it's something like a flesh destroying virus like that turns your brain to like a Joe Biden brain. If that happens, and will we be able to shut down the supply from China, and will that affect our country? Because that's the whole it's self-sufficiency, right? That's kind of the point, trying to not be so reliant on the outside world. That's kind of because the ethos of it. And he could be like, look, we're going to shut down immigration, we're going to shut down trade, or not all of it, but like this is where he's like, this is why we need to be more self-reliant, this is why we need less. This could be something that he utilized, but he's been like, no, don't worry, it's just the flu, it's nothing to worry about. And he kind of like botching it, in my opinion.
By the way, not to sound
Protectionism is cringe. Stop defending it.
what's that?
Stop defending protectionism. Like just because, like even if like China was still a destitute, poor country, it still would have spread to the rest of the world.
Well,
By the way, I was just gonna say, not to sound like Elizabeth Warren, but I'm gonna get a beer, so I'll be right back.
Okay. So I what you call it? On Trump's response to Corona. So I am in the camp that you should be pushing people not to panic, but I don't think he's doing the best job because it's not clear messaging. Yes, the Democrats are trying to make it political. It's politics. Everything is political. And while overall I think it's like I don't want people to panic. Like I went to one of the largest Chinese population centers in New York City the other day, and it was like a dead zone on Saturday night. I've never seen it like that on a weekday night because people are panicked, people are freaking out. So I what you call it. So I don't want people to panic, but you need like clear, concise messaging from the government. And people kind of want the government to be like, we're on top of this. This is the biggest thing ever. Like Ebola, there was very little chance that Ebola was going to be this widespread pandemic. But the Obama administration was like, we're doing this, this, and that. And we have an amazing response and all that, developing a vaccine. And this is way more transmissible than Ebola. So while I don't want people to panic, I understand why the response doesn't lead to panic. Like I just wish you would be emphasizing that instead of like the Democrats are attacking me and this is hurting the market, maybe more don't fight people over toilet paper in the mall. We're not running out of toilet paper. The next one was a question for me, so I'll just knock that out right quick. Brandon Nelson, I already read it. He's saying if I'm coming to Milwaukee just for the DNC or Mythicist. So I actually haven't bought my tickets yet. We're in the time where I have to book, but I'm kind of waiting for the Corona hysteria to drive down the prices a little bit. I know that sounds messed up. I'm waiting for maybe Mike Harlow to get his invitation so he could book on the flight with me. So
yes, you guys tell them to bring me to Mythicist. Yeah, I want to go.
So because Mike, I met Mike going to the last event, and I probably wouldn't have went and met a lot of those people if not for Mike and Lauren. Like those were the two key people that got me to go to that event. So
we took a road trip there. It was awesome. It was like the best day ever.
So I haven't decided yet. If I'm going to do something afterwards, I might stay for the DNC. But if I'm being 100% honest, I kind of really don't want to because like the Sanders people are going to be spazzing out. Oh, and I'm not into it.
I actually don't.
We should go to the DNC.
I actually don't think unless some miracle happens and Bernie actually manages to get like a plurality or whatever. I actually don't think because if Biden wins a majority, I mean, there's not really anything people are going to do. There's people online who are hyperactive online, hyper politicized into this, like Kyle Kalinske, like those types of people. But like most Democrats, the vast majority of Democrats aren't. If Biden wins a majority, I mean, they're not like, well, okay, whatever. They're not going to be like, we're going to riot. And I mean, I could see that happening. Like, if Sanders had the plurality and it got taken from him, I could see that. Now that would be a very fun spectrum. That's what I'm actually kind of hoping for. But I don't. If Biden does win a majority, I don't think anything's going to happen. It's going to be boring.
I gotta hold on. I gotta like knock this out right quick. So, thank you guys so much for the donations.
Oh, they called Mississippi.
I'm totally losing track of them right now. I will read all of them from start to finish on the stream at the end of them. I'm gonna try to run through a bunch of them really quickly. AMV channel. Thank you. What will happen after Bernie loses? Oh, to TYT, they're gonna melt down. I don't know how you guys feel about that. Let me do the screen share by the way.
Can I do a quick prediction for the state of Missouri?
Go for it.
Because I'm Missouri-centric. So I think Missouri's going to overwhelmingly go to Biden, even though it was very close last time around. I think Hillary Clinton won within 1% of the state. But I think Joe Biden's going to win this time again because most of those Bernie voters were anti-Hillary voters. The only counties I could conceivably see him winning in Missouri are some of these old southeastern counties. So down here, because I believe last time Hillary Clinton, Sanders won San Francois and Reynolds County, which are old mining communities that have since died out. But
we got another state on the board, by the way.
Oh, yeah. What are the results?
Mississippi.
So we have Mississippi and Missouri are gone for Biden. Is that gone for Biden?
Yeah. So so if they call automatically, like as soon as the polls close, then it's going to be because this is what happened in Super Tuesday.
Yeah.
They called Virginia, for example, automatically, and it was like a 30-point lead. So if it's an automatic, decisive like calling right out as the polls close, it's going to be a landslide.
I had that. We went over that last week. So these weren't even battles, but we weren't expecting a lot of the southern states to even be battles. Let me try and get these quickly. So what do you guys think will happen to TYT after today? Because Bernie is losing.
They're going to be sidelined into irrelevance if they haven't been already. Like their entire theory of politics is dissipating, being totally discredited before their eyes. I mean, Cenk just put everything he'd said politicians should do into action himself and got creamed. And Bernie is about to lose, not insignificantly, his second primary in a row. Jeremy Corbyn just lost. Far left politics isn't really winning anywhere. They're apparently their business model is failing. I think TYT has about a year left.
I think they'll continue to be propped up by corporate interests and YouTube and all that. So I'm not sure about TYT. I think in terms of with Bernie Sanders, I think he'll run his mouth for another few weeks. He'll stay in it. And then eventually he will do what he does. He will wipe his chin and say, thank you. He'll endorse Biden.
Right.
Because he's so weak. I mean, this is the person who is going to take on the establishment. Come on.
Yeah, and also I think that's what's going to happen with TYT as well. I mean, they fell in locks. Yeah, they're going to fall in locks. They fell in lockstep with Hillary. You know.
Yeah, that's true.
Remember in the election, they're like, yes, the first woman president. They're going to beat the fascist. And then, like, you know, they Hillary lost, and then
am I the only this is going to be an unpopular opinion. Am I the only person who thinks Biden is worse than Hillary? Because I mean, at least she was semi-competent. Like, I would take her any day over Biden. Like, Biden is just not well.
Well, I think
Biden 5 years ago was better, but
electorally, in terms of like, that's even.
Oh, she was so much stronger. I think electorally.
No, not electorally. She's very unlikable. She has no emotional intelligence. Biden at least is able to connect with people.
No. Biden is likable. Like people enjoy Joe Biden. He was politically savvy enough.
Biden is very charming in the way Bill Clinton was.
Yeah, people don't hate Joe Biden. Like, he flubs and all that, and he has his goofy mannerisms, but people don't hate Joe Biden.
I think
people hated Hillary Clinton. Also, let me just
about hate. Oh, I'm sorry.
let me just clear this one. Bobbleheads of viral angry SJWs. Do you think they'll sell? That's $5 from Grey Wolf Fox, which I still think is Metal Gear Solid reference.
No, because Metal Gear Solid is Grey Wolf. Grey Fox. Yeah, Grey Fox. Yeah, that is. Would be. Oh no, it's Grey Wolf. Yeah, it's not a reference. Never mind.
Oh, we have some Florida money. Bernie is looking to get massacred in Florida, by the way. That's the end of his campaign. The fact that he wouldn't back down from Castro. And by the way, let's be clear.
Stupid.
I'm not a big defender of Obama. Did Obama say something very similar to what Bernie Sanders said? Yes. But did Barack Obama give a speech where he talked about how he almost threw up when he heard Richard Nixon and John F. Kennedy talk about how bad Fidel Castro was? Absolutely not. Like, they are not the same. They're not equivalent. Sanders does love Castro. Fact check true. Here's some Florida money. It says buy yourself a Corona Extra. Hilarious. Thank you, AMV channel.
One thing I find pretty odd is a lot of Sanders supporters say, you know what, the biggest thing about Bernie is that he's always been consistent. You know, that's true to a certain extent, but like, but then after when they say that, they're right. Actually, he doesn't actually mean when he says democratic socialism, he doesn't mean, the type of socialism in like, Cuba or whatever, or Venezuela, even though he praised those nations.
We got bad news for Bernie. Michigan is on the board.
Wow.
Did they call it automatically for?
I think so.
Oh no, that's bad. Yeah,
I don't know if I'm reading this map 100% right, but it looks like they gave it to Biden. It's fully in
the whole thing's over at this point.
Yeah, this is. But I also love how like Missouri was called immediately because Bernie was so close to winning that last time.
Well, hold up. I will say that they're actually pretty close in the little percentage that we got, but I'm thinking the exit polls are just
the exit polls are overwhelming. Because like in the suburbs of St. Louis overwhelmingly went for Hillary last time, and St. Louis also has a high black population, so obviously that's going to go to Biden. KC, the inner city, went for Biden, but last time around, but the suburbs for some reason went to Sanders, which was weird.
Because Bernie's base is white people, Biden's base is black people, and black people are.
What's weird is that also white suburbanites in St. Louis also went.
Yeah, wealthy socialists.
To be fair.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say, I honestly think that in 2020, in the general election, the percentage of the black vote that Trump will get is going to be unprecedented. I think he could get 20% or more.
I think if Sanders won, that was possible. I
think it is with Biden.
I think black people like Joe Biden, and I've been saying it for over a year and a half. Like,
Wait, he told us so.
And I know, I'm just saying, like, So I got a quick one. After today, this is from Prez All 2040. I guess that's when he's running. $1.99. What will the future parties look like? I'm guessing after today. So, give us your thoughts on the election, but kind of answer that question too, guys.
So, so like in terms of like where the Democratic and the Republican Party are going to go, like after this 2020 election, I think that the Democratic Party now it depends what happens with Biden. If Biden loses, oh my God, you guys will not hear like a lot. I know there's a lot of Democrats here, but you guys will never ever like keep it down. The progressives probably will. They will hire someone more younger, someone a bit more, a bit more savvy, and someone who kind of pushes progressive politics more better than Bernie's just trick to the speech type of thing. And I think what will happen, because if Biden loses, I mean, then that's twice in a row where supposedly in terms in the voters' minds, the centrist candidate lost. But if he wins, I think that actually just puts, I think that kind of shuts up the progressive camp.
Biden's not really that much of a centrist because he's in favor of free college and a higher minimum wage.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying in terms of perceptions.
And in terms of where the Democratic Party has moved now. So, guys, I have the map up here, and it's saying Joe Biden has like one county. It's Oakland County. I'm pretty sure from when I was in Michigan that this is a very populated county. But Sanders has all these on the board. Are we sure 100% that these are being called for Joe Biden? Or is he in the lead? Because I'm like looking at the legend here.
I'm looking at Michigan right now. It says Bernie's ahead, but it's only a few hundred votes in.
Well, okay, so the map. So the map has like crossed lines through it. That means it's leading Biden. They haven't.
Okay.
Solid colors have been called. So Missouri and Mississippi have been called Biden.
Oh, look how many counties are in. It's definitely exit polling, guys. So like I know Kyle Kalinske has become Alex Jones.
Oh yeah, did he see Kyle? He quote tweeted. So he's like, Michigan Secretary of State says Michigan primary results won't be available until Wednesday, and Kyle's like, quality control again. So he's saying,
I think Kyle Kalinske is Sean's new Chank's nephew.
So I have an important point because everybody says that I gloat all the time. So Michigan is not called. There are lines through Michigan. The fact that it's a fight and it's not polling, it's not going where the polls were, which was a Biden massacre, is good for Sanders. So we might still have a race. So my thumbnail might be debunked tonight until Bernie Sanders gets massacred in Florida.
No.
I think either way,
Biden shutout.
I think either way, regardless of the results tonight, even if it is a total blowout for Biden, I think Bernie is still going to stay in it for weeks to come.
No, but I'm saying if it's close, because remember, they proportion out the delegates. They're not the Republicans. Like, these states are gone. Like, that's off the board, but we all knew Biden was winning the South. And if you didn't, I don't know whose channel you've been watching. But this is close, and it's early. Oh, first of all, like, Kyle Kalinski's nuclear. You know, I have some advice for Kyle Kalinske. Maybe if you spent more time reaching out to Black voters than you did dog whistling about violence, then people would be ready to sign up for the Sanders camp.
Yeah,
they don't understand that they need people who aren't radical leftists, but they've been led to believe by the media and by all of these institutions that 90% of people in this country are radical leftists.
Oh yeah, that's the bread and butter of progressive politics. It's if you listen to them enough, it's basically everyone agrees with us. They like us. We just, if it wasn't for the damn corruption, and we would
Nazis.
be winning. We would be winning. But obviously this has been completely debunked.
I think
crap. I gotta do something about the chat. These guys are like spamming emotes or something. Oh well. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know. Go to top chat. Usually, it's if everybody switches to top chat, usually it screens out that nonsense.
What are they doing?
They're like spamming emotes. I'll go figure something out about that.
What are emotes?
This freaking shit.
Like spam. It looks like they're spam accounts, like they're bots. Like
Russian bots,
for, like sex videos or whatever. Yeah,
yeah. I don't have mods since I never live stream, so I'm gonna take care of that.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So you guys chat while I deal with this nonsense.
Well, I think what you said is exactly right. That they are going to be flipping out in 2024, saying that it proves they need a radical leftist. And so, and to answer the guy's question before, where do I think the parties will be after this? I think Democrats, I mean, if they lose, will be exactly the same, where it'll be the split, and next time they'll probably give it to a far leftist. I mean, at this point, the Democratic Party is just far left or very far left. That's their split. Where the Republican Party goes, I actually find really encouraging. I think Trump totally changed the party, and I think he got rid of a lot of aspects that were horrible about it that needed to go. So I hope that it'll continue in that direction. And if it does continue in that direction, in a more classically liberal, constitutional, diverse sort of direction, then I think that they'll keep winning as long
How
as
do you
they don't
think
go
Trump
back.
is making them more classically liberal?
I think, well, first of all, I think a lot of policies that he's done in terms of like criminal justice reform, I think he's brought them to the center more, in a good center, because people use that word to just mean, like Joe Biden. But I think that, and another thing, I think we've had decades of Republicans ignoring so many different groups of people in this country that I think Trump has kind of brought them to the table with things
Who
like
are
that.
like, how is he
Like-
you're specifically mean like black voters with letting prisoners out and stuff?
Yeah, I think that's a good thing.
I
All right,
think
well,
That's already starting to happen anyway, though.
What's that?
All right.
It's like you
what-
had like several like non-white candidates in the Republican primary in 2016.
Right. Okay, so guys, I took out the I took out some of the emotes. If you guys start seeing the chat go crazy again, let me know. I'll just if you're spamming emotes, you're gone. You're done, because I can't read the chat. You're making it difficult for me to read the super chats. You're dead. You're garbage. That's how you do it. New Jersey.
in
Even
my
though I'm New York.
as someone who is more right wing, I hope that what Trump's done is that it becomes a populist party, but in a way that doesn't have the how do you say, like Donald Trump's like kind of craziness, with like someone who's very charismatic, very articulate, but so who could appeal to like the suburban voters and the more moderate, but also appeal to those working class voters that
I quite don't like the direction it's going, mainly because it's becoming a more protectionist party.
Heidi says she's deeply in love with me for $2. Thank you, I guess.
Maybe.
I have a chat. I can't find it in the thing, so let me do this. Simius the First, who sent me the crazy amount of Australian money that I read earlier. I can't find his spot in the chat. That's why it's not on screen. He said, if you had to put money on the November election, what are the odds you put on Biden being elected? So we're talking general. Can Biden win in the general election? Go, panel.
Yes.
50-50.
yes, yeah.
Trump could win. Biden could win.
Yeah, that's true.
50 for me. I wouldn't bet on it.
I
Either way.
think-
Here's the thing. I think in a fair fight, Trump will 100% win, but I'm not so sure it's going to be a fair fight. I think that Democrats will be throwing everything that they can possibly do at the wall. There was a lot of stuff going on in the midterms in terms of Florida and Broward County, and I don't know. I think in 2016 they didn't think they had to do any shady stuff, but
To this person right quick, JK Dizen, who gave me $2 to tell me to point a mod. I'm not assigning mods right now. I will at a later point if I'm going to continue to stream. But thank you for telling me. I was able to clear up all that nonsense because of you. So I appreciate that. Paid me and make the show better. Like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He paid you. Make a mod.
I don't know if that could be a trap. I have to go check my comments to see if it's there. You know who I need to mod? I have members on my channel. I should have modded all of them.
Oh yeah, you make your Patreon subscribers mods or whatever.
Yeah, you know what? That's going to be a perfect good job, guys. Okay, thank you for that. So, how many pig heart transplants it costs to keep Bernie alive so he can run in 2024? Let me just say, Bernie Sanders is Jewish. Pig heart transplants are not kosher. How dare you?
He's not religious,
he's like
though.
barely Jewish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he might keep kosher, though. I think that's possible.
He probably does it as like a cultural thing, not because like he's religious.
But you can get a bovine heart transplant. Same difference. I don't know. It was funny because Bernie's like, he got the stent, and that was his second one in his heart. And he's like, this is the one thing I have in common with Bloomberg, is that we both have heart problems.
So there's some Mississippi numbers I'm seeing coming in from AP. Apparently Biden's absolutely landsliding. It's 84% for him in Mississippi. with a few hundred votes, then obviously. So
Bernie might not get a single delegate out of Mississippi.
Yeah, he only has 11% right now.
Yeah, because like at least in Alabama last time around, he got like a 10.
Yeah, he got like 16%. Yeah.
But I think Mississippi has more black people.
Oh yeah, it's I think the most black. Wait, yeah, I think it's the most black state, or by percentage.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree
After
about,
DC, right? Well, DC doesn't count as
Oh
state.
well, yeah, DC is the most, but it doesn't count. So, what were?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I
What
was
were we
just gonna add, going back to what we were saying before, I think Trump has brought a lot of new voters into the table who never would have voted Republican before, like people like me. You know, another instance how he has is I've always been very anti-war, and I used to view, like with the Bush administration and stuff, Republicans as just being the pro-war party, which obviously Democrats are too. But if you compare Trump's record on that to Obama's or what Hillary's would have been, I think he's bringing a lot of new people in. Where I don't know that Biden is really.
Is there any like data or stats that backs up the idea that he's bringing all these new people into the party? Because I've only seen the opposite. I've only seen there's fewer people identifying as Republican now. There's fewer Democrats as well.
Republican, well, just in 2016. And here's the thing: a lot of people who love Trump now didn't vote for him in 2016. Most people who are in the walkaway movement and stuff like that, most of them hated Trump last time. I hated him last time. But just last time, so that's discounting all of those people. Just last time, 8.1 million Obama voters voted for Trump. And the election was won by about 100,000 votes total. So I feel like it was walkaway voters that won the 2016 election 100 times over, and I think it's just going to be more this time.
Just voters who swing whatever party.
Wait, what's that?
To the other. What's the difference between these walkaway voters and just regular swing voters who change from party to party each election?
I don't know, because I think you see so many people who have been lifelong Democrats that are leaving.
Yeah, but that's all anecdotal.
I think
it's not anecdotal when it's hundreds of thousands of people.
I think for what got Trump into office was those, because the way the American system works with the electoral college is that because the way he edged out like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania by like the thinnest of margins. Like if he lost those three states, I think he goes down below 270, and in total though he won them by like 80,000 votes. And it was those former, they called them like Reagan Democrats, which are economically left wing but socially kind of conservative in a way, where they and so I think with the message that he was framing, an anti-war message, a message that kind of resonated with the Rust Belt. That's why he tailored his message in such a way that he was able to pick off those Democratic firewall states up in the Midwest.
Well, also keep in mind, Trump won Wisconsin with less votes than Mitt Romney got.
Yeah.
So I don't feel like we're these new voters in these states.
I think you're going to see even more this time, because I think there are a lot of people who wanted nothing to do with him this time. But that last time, all you had to judge him on were his words and his personality and
he's
stuff
still
like that.
fairly
Now
unpopular though.
What's that?
Like, he's still fairly unpopular though. Like again, you can look at all these anecdotes of all these like walk away people or whatever, but he still like has minority approval in the country. And I think there's currently more people that are registered Republicans and Democrats, but the numbers have gone down for both. Like I don't see any statistical data-based reason to believe that there is this like big surge in Republican support because of Trump.
I don't know about Republicans, but I think there's starting to be a lot more independents, and I think independents are going that way.
What data do you have for that?
Reality, having eyes. Do you not see like the Democrat? So many people are leaving it. Look at the results. Bernie's coalition has only shrunk since then, and nobody's going to turn out for Biden.
Yeah, but here's the thing: we have hard data to show that Sanders' coalition is shrinking. What data do you have so far that Trump's coalition is growing? Because if there are these people that have become Trump supporters, you would have seen them turn out in the midterms in some form, surely.
Well, he wasn't on the ballot then.
I know, but you would have had people support Republican candidates to get Trump's agenda through, wouldn't you?
I don't know. I mean, it's pretty
He was
often
endorsing
that
them, and they're his party, and
Yeah,
I don't
but
think you can separate Trump from Republicans. He's the leader of the party.
Yes, but the incumbent usually loses in their first midterms. Like that's not out of the realm of what usually happens.
Fair enough, but I just because like you keep showing out anecdotes about walk away, and I'm
It's
not saying
not.
they're not
It's not anecdotes when it's hundreds of thousands of people.
Where
People,
are
I
these
just
thousands of people? I just want some data.
all over.
Because
Well,
I
I'm
saw
not
there was
like.
a walkaway rally in Washington D.C., and frankly, it wasn't a very impressive showing in terms of body count. So,
I
like,
think it was pretty impressive for something that just started a couple months before that. One person, and that was a while ago too.
Someone made a good point in the chat, and I think I actually thought this was from Gallup. So in terms of a congressional approval of Republicans and Democrats, for the first time in 15 years, Republicans have a higher overall approval rating than the Democrats in Congress. So obviously that's congressional, but this is the first time in 15 years that has happened. Usually the Democrats would have a higher.
but has Republican approval gone up, or has it just gone down less than Democrat approval has gone down? Because the way I see it, it seems to be support for each party is like getting smaller, but hardening among the people that do support them.
Let me look that up quickly.
I would assume also, I'm not sure offhand, but I would assume that a lot more people are identifying as independents. Because I mean, that's what I would consider myself. I only registered because it's a closed primary state, but I would assume a lot more people are becoming independents.
So I just got through a whole mess of modding the chat at finding mods to add. So
where were you?
I've literally been trying to figure out like ban people and then find the people that I want to mod, but they were getting modded by all the emojis. Like I said,
more results coming in Michigan. It looks like Biden's still having a decently strong lead. He's got 53% compared to Sanders' 43% right now.
Okay, so let me just say, if I missed your super chat, I'm going to read every single one from beginning to end, whether I read them or not already at the end of the stream. Like I'm not gonna forget that. I'm sorry. I'm literally losing them to the spam. I did not think of that because I never streamed. But yeah, I got a mod now, and
holy shit!
What's up?
I'm just looking at the map right now for Missouri, and Kansas. Let's see, Jackson County, which is where Kansas City is 70% Biden right now, and that's one of the most populous counties. And the county north of it, which went for Bernie Sanders last time, Clay County, which also has part of Kansas City and its suburbs in it. Joe has 73% right now, and then he won. I'm trying to see what lead he had in Clay County right now. I'm gonna find that. Let's see. 45.7. So Bernie's green. He had a 7-point lead last time in Clay County. So holy shit, this is bad.
Wow.
Did you vote? Alcatraz, did you vote? Or Alcazaz, or did he?
Al.
Oh, or did he vote? Did he vote? In
yeah,
the
for the first time today.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm still like
I can see why you're so hyped with Missouri.
Yeah, because it's my home state and I know the most about it, so I'm just gonna stick with what I know most.
That's true. Fair enough.
Well, I also have the results for the Wikipedia article for the 2016 primary for Missouri, so I'm just looking at this right now. Because like generally, I don't know. I know most of these counties how they are culturally and how they vote politically. So because I'm trying to just gauge. There's a few counties I'm eyeing though, mainly St. Louis, Jackson, also St. Louis City, but also St. Jefferson County and St. Genevieve County.
Yeah, it looks like I think Biden's gonna. Well, we obviously have to wait till the more favorable. Well, but if Biden is winning Michigan by what is this, like 12 points, he's probably gonna sweep everything.
Yeah, but I don't know. I want to see how badly Bernie gets blown out in some of these, because some of these state races were really close. For example, St. Genevieve County, Clinton won by just a little over 3%, which is sort of close. And there was one county where they tied last time, which is Lewis County. So I'm interested to see what happens there, even though nobody lives there. St. Charles, I'm really interested to see where it goes because it went for Bernie hard last time. It voted for Bernie by over 7 points, which is odd because St. Charles is a very, very conservative county, one of the most conservative in the state. I think it'll go for Biden, but I don't know.
So
But
wait, who are you guys for then in the election? Like, if you could vote for anyone running,
I'm gonna vote for Biden in the general.
Wait, what was the question?
who are you for? Like, out of all the people running.
Oh, so if like I mean, I'm voting for Donald Trump.
Same.
I mean, I can't vote because I'm Canadian, but I'd vote Biden, although I don't have particularly strong feelings. I'm mostly just anti-Sanders at this phase in the campaign.
Right.
But the way I view it is like a Biden presidency would basically just be an autopilot presidency. He'd just appoint kind of typical, the kinds of people you'd expect, garden variety Washington people to most roles, and he'd probably just occasionally come out to be like the father figure of the country or whatever. I would view it as probably a fairly boring, fairly generic presidency, and I view that as preferable to like the same situation with Trump, I guess, or definitely probably both are preferable to a situation where Sanders restaffs the federal government with all the freaks that back him.
Yeah, I think that's
my view.
Yeah, if it weren't for cultural things and his cabinet and his appointees, I would maybe in the past maybe thought Bernie wasn't as bad, but then when you start thinking about all the people he'd appoint, all a cabinet, it'd be a disaster.
Scott, would you vote for Biden in the general if you could?
Would I? Yeah, I would. I mean, I think he's, I don't know. I think he does have his weird moments, but I think he's generally a better person than Trump, just on like a character basis, and I think that does matter.
Don't you think he's not well though? Like, I feel like you would basically be voting for his vice president. So
yeah, well, that's the thing, because
even know who you're voting for then.
But even for Bernie too, it'd be kind of like that.
Yeah, with Bernie, there'd be a good chance of him. Bernie has a higher chance of actually dying in office.
Yeah, because like, how many has Bernie only had one heart attack?
I feel like the thing with Biden is he's just gonna appoint like really generic people to all these different positions. He's probably just gonna pick a bunch of like center left people that.
Yeah, I also just agree with Biden more on things, especially free trade, because like free trade is one of my core issues. Because I just believe in it as a principle mostly. I also don't like Trump's rhetoric on like withdrawing from the world a bit, although he hasn't really done that, which I'm actually glad about.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I think like Biden, I mean, if he makes it through a couple months in office, will just appoint more corporatist, interventionist people.
I don't mind that. I really don't think interventionism is inherently bad.
Well, it depends on how you do it. I think one of the worst interventions under the Obama administration was Libya, and that
wasn't led by the Obama administration. That was led by the Europeans, and the U.S. just offered their support. Like, it wasn't actually this thing that like Obama and Biden sought out and decided to do. It was like they were asked by European allies to contribute to it, and they did.
It wasn't
like this. It wasn't like they just decided to, randomly bulldoze this government. It was something there was something that was going to happen anyway by the Europeans, and they decided to offer their support. And it might have gone worse if the U.S. wasn't involved. I don't know. It's hard to say.
I don't think they could have done the no-fly zone the way that they did without,
I also think there are plenty of cases where you look at it and you just go like, how can you justify an anti-interventionist stance? Like, for example, the Rwandan genocide. We could have easily stopped that, or at least significantly slowed it down or whatever, because we had troops in, I think, neighboring Rwanda in the Congo, along with France and Belgium. Like, we could have easily teamed up with the French and the Belgians to just suppress this genocide. And we didn't, because Black Hawk Down, that thing went down a few years earlier in Somalia, and that went really poorly. It's just, you really have to analyze it, because like there's people who just like, oh, you just have no right to intervene in other countries' affairs, and I think that's stupid. You obviously do. Well, there are just obvious circumstances where you're like,
Do you think, in your opinion, do you think that if the Russians wanted to, help sway public opinion towards a more favorable candidate that would help Russia and the United States, do you think they have the right to do that? To try to influence American policy to make sure that they don't appoint someone that would be more hawkish on Russia?
Individual citizens of Russia have the right to do that. They have to say, "Oh, I like this guy, this guy, this guy." But like the Russian government itself, as an entity acting, I'd say probably not. Because I'm not talking about just like swaying into countries' elections that is somewhat hostile to America. I'm just talking about like stuff like the Rwanda genocide, where it's just
but there's sometimes I guess as you said, there's like things that there's there's sometimes if there's a genocide going on, that's one, but sometimes it's just there's just a dictator. I think that's what most of the cases are. There's just this really bad dictator guy, and we're trying to I don't think.
Also, keep in mind, I'm against the Iraq War because I just think it's
right.
Yeah,
I have a
and
I
the
have an
fact that we've
opinion.
been in Afghanistan for 20 years now. That's the thing, is I think Biden has just been wrong about every conflict over the last 30 years.
I have an opinion. I have an opinion from literally God, and he says that with George Lucas as his avatar, interventionists equal warmongers. So here's my point. That's it. That's all he said.
And
I know.
By the way, I just remember
yes.
Joe Biden was against the Libyan intervention. He advised Obama against it.
Right.
And Hillary and other people were for it, but
also Joe Biden was right about Iraq being 3 separate countries being held together by a strong.
Oh yeah, that was a very based opinion. That was actually really awesome.
And by the way, you know who else was really accurate about that? Dick Cheney, when they talked about Desert Storm 1, if the end game was going to be to get rid of Saddam, and that's why they decided not to do it.
What are the two nations besides Kurdistan? What are the other two?
So
it would be like a Shia.
A Shia Iraq, a Sunni Iraq, and a Kurdish Iraq. Because Syria and Iraq aren't real countries. They should have been divided along ethnic lines, not along, you take this half, I take this half after World War One. So, Biden was right about that. And, I
100% agree. I actually believe in an independent Kurdistan as well.
Unironically, we should... 2003 or 1991 or whatever, we should have just created a Kurdish state while we were at it.
Yeah, I agree.
If we're gonna invade Iraq, let's just get this whole Kurdistan thing out of the way, because they deserve their own state at this point.
So Butler Bees says for $4.99, keep up the good content, AJW, but you need to go outside because, bro, you're looking so pale like you're dead. I have daylight bulbs, and this is my live stream setup. If you can see, it's the opposite of my actual setup. So I'm literally lit incorrectly because the lights are the opposite way. My Carlos see me. He knows I have a little more color in me.
A little bit. You're a Sean of color.
Yes.
Sean of color.
Mm-hmm.
This is not the Sean of color I want.
A lot of people in the comments are saying that we shouldn't be intervening. We're just saying that when we did intervene, what should have happened is splitting Iraq into 3 places. I'm just saying we should have not done it in the first place, obviously.
Yeah. The second Iraq shouldn't have happened in the first place.
Yeah.
But this also goes for both and second. If we were going to do those interventions, you should have just taken care of the Kurdish question.
Well, yeah. I have a question. So, in your guys' opinion, when was the last justified war that the United States got itself into? I think it was Afghanistan, and then
Me too.
Yeah, I think Afghanistan was necessary. It was just mishandled.
Yeah, same here. I think we've been there way too long.
Obviously, the campaign against ISIS too.
Well,
you could say campaign against ISIS.
I think the original Afghanistan.
Yeah,
I think the original Afghanistan, where we sent in special forces to root out specifically those terror bases before we flooded the nation with troops. Right now, Afghanistan is in a terrible situation, which is why everybody's like, Trump, pull out of Afghanistan. But I understand exactly why presidents don't do that, because 97% of the Afghani economy is related to the U.S. soldiers buying crap in Afghanistan or foreign aid. So as soon as you pull out of that country, it's going to collapse immediately. No government can sustain a recession where you lose 97% of your economy. And whatever president ends up pulling the trigger on that is going to get the world of heat from the media. Think about how much heat Trump got for moving troops from one part of Syria to another part of Syria.
Mhm.
Like it's so I understand why like that's, you know, a disaster for any president. And I kind of feel bad for being like, get out, get out, get out, when, you know, reality is that's a huge political hit.
It signals weakness too, like a pullout on the international stage. It's a concession on the part of the United States that they can't, for lack of a better phrase, like police the boundaries of Pax Americana, and it just a lot of them just don't want to, you know, take the bad optics. You know, they don't want to look weak in the face of like Russia, China, and other competitors. They don't want to look like they can't, you know, sort of manage their spheres of influence. So I think that's another big reason why they're very hesitant to get out of Afghanistan.
I don't know. I don't know why this chat appeared on the screen, but I don't know how it got here. I will say though, I'm not actual social justice warrior. It's just actual justice, social justice.
Yeah, geez.
Nonsense. But
the rest here are clueless. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I appreciate the sentiment. Makes me feel like a good person. And we do have. I saw it somewhere in the chat. By the way, I'm highlighting Malma right now, who I modded. She has a Twitch channel. Go find her links. They're connected to her YouTube channel. She is the reason that the chat is even manageable right now. Follow her on Twitter and all that. Thank you.
Hey, hello, Prometheus Scotch has a bit of a message for Liberal Hawk. The average neocon is an actual bought out shill. Okay.
There's a lot of guys that do it on Twitter for free.
Yeah, Scotch has a friend who just is inherently a neocon shill.
Look, I was a huge Ron Paul guy, huge non-interventionist. I put up the county map if you guys are interested in that.
Oh, yeah.
For whatever state we're looking at.
Oh my God.
I was a huge Ron Paul guy, and I still believe, but I understand that the world's a little bit more complicated, and there's obvious trade-offs to everything. Yeah, Michigan's coming up more Biden, but I don't know where the population.
One thing I hope everyone understands, that I think everyone could at least agree on, regardless of your stance, is that we're not really doing this for human rights. Like we're not in Iraq and Afghanistan to be sure that Afghani women could get on Tinder. Like that's not our purposes there.
That's just a bonus.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's a very clever strategy. I mean, it's a very, very, if you were trying to expand, American power, that's a really good, that's a very good veneer. But, I honestly, I don't really get, even a lot of people are like, oh, if you pull out of Afghanistan, then, the Taliban will take over. I don't really care if they institute Sharia law in Afghanistan, to be quite honest. They could do whatever they want over there. I just hope, it's kind of weird. The same people who support, we need to be intervening in the Middle East to, help prop up liberal democracy and enforce our values, are the same people who think we should import these people, and it wouldn't really matter if they, brought their own backwards views back into our Western countries.
Well, I think that's a little mixed, because there are conservatives who neocons that support it, that don't want these people imported into the country, but then you're sending all these resources over there, and you're creating, because a lot of these places people will be fighting no matter
and even
what.
then, a lot of these progressives you're talking about, not all of them want to intervene in Iraq or in the Middle East in general.
Well, they want to, but the thing is they want to leave, but to the point where but when you actually do it, they're ready to jump on you for it. Like, they're so anti-Trump. I was watching a Stephen Michael Davis video where he was talking about how the progressives, audience of the Young Turks was getting mad at Anna Kasparian and people in the Young Turks for talking about for being critical of the North Korea talks, because they're like, oh, well, you're pro-war now. So there's very much people are all mixed up, I guess what I'm saying. And when you look at everything online is hyper polarized. There's no middle ground position on the internet, basically.
All right. Literally, God says for $2, in my opinion, World War II was the last justified good versus evil war. What do you mean good versus evil?
I guess the Nazis would be the evil.
Yeah, I know, but
And the Japaneses too.
War is rarely good versus evil, though. It's rarely so
I
morally obvious which side is better, like World War II.
Even
I
in
think-
World War
I mean,
II,
that
we
one
weren't
was
fighting to
pretty
liberate the.
clear-cut.
Sorry.
Sorry, go on.
So, yeah, even in World War II, we weren't fighting for like humanity, like liberal values. Like we're here to liberate the Holocaust. Like they were here because we got attacked by Japan, and then when we declared war on Japan, Germany declared war on us, and I'm like, oh, okay, so then we declared war on Germany.
Like,
And it wasn't
we're
like
in this-
it wasn't like some sort of like
and also we sided with the Soviets too, and they were pretty shitty. So
Yeah.
But the Soviets sided with the Nazis first.
oh yeah.
I just mean the point is even fairly cut and dry good versus evil wars like that still have tons of ambiguities in them.
Right. And
Yeah.
like a lot of people like to play that up, like the Soviets sided, like that the Soviets helped fight the Nazis. A lot of lefties will tell you that Joseph Stalin helped fight Hitler. Joseph Stalin signed a secret treaty with Hitler. They invaded Poland together, and then even though the French and the British were like, "Hey, the Nazis will attack you eventually," Stalin's like, "Nah, never mind. Don't worry about it."
No,
And
that's
if-
dishonest. Stalin knew a war was coming. He just didn't know when.
He did not prepare. He did not prepare for it. Like,
that's right, because he thought it was coming later, so he didn't have the proper preparation.
Well, he was warned by the British and the French that they were going to invade. They were going to invade, but he didn't take it seriously, and that's why, if not for the winter, that 3 million man invasion force, it's. And by the way, Russia lost a ton of people during World War II, like the most casualties by far, something like 24 million people. There's a great series of videos on the echo of that population reduction, because it's almost all men, and the impact that it's had on Russia for generations that you should look into. But a lot of that is due to like Stalin's complete and utter incompetence as a leader. So
Can you send me the video for that? Like after
it was by Wendover
I-
Productions, I think, or Real Life Lore, one of the two.
yeah, something like that. But yeah, so I got a chat from Simless. I don't know what that name is.
Simius the first.
The first, and it says,
Simius.
"What would you guys?" Oh, Simius. That's an I. Oh, there's a little dot. Okay. I didn't see the little dot. So, what would you guys prefer? A pragmatic alliance with Turkey or a moral alliance with the Kurds? Because you can't have both, given Turkey's opinion on an independent Kurdish nation. So we actually discussed this like last week.
Okay.
I think the original policy goal, when the United States said that they were going to intervene against ISIS, because the Turks were on the side of ISIS in that intervention, and they're a NATO country, was to quell some of the fears that the Turks have. Because the reason the Turks hate the Kurds is because the greater Kurdistan dream involves territory in Turkey. But you can help churn an ally into an enemy if you were to like try to create a Kurdistan, make their greatest ally the Turks, under the condition that the Turks recognize Kurdistan, as long as the Kurds never seek territory that belongs to Turkey right now.
Yeah.
So like that should have been that would have been a very sensible, or it's not as easy as I'm describing it, but that would have been sensible to align all your people on the same side, because we ended up supporting the Kurds, which, they fought ISIS for us a lot, which we really needed, but they were also doing terrorist attacks against Turkey. Turkey hates Assad and the Kurds, so they were naturally aligned with ISIS. So they're letting ISIS fighters go to and from in order to like go in, like mess things up with the Kurds and with Assad. So we ended up in a situation that when we left, since we did nothing diplomatically, and this is Obama and Trump, between the Kurds and the Turks, that situation was unresolvable. And when the Turks had that coup that really, that coup that failed, that Erdogan beat, that's what really like put the nail in the coffin for Kurdistan and for the United States to have the level of influence in the area that we needed in order to make something like that happen. You have to try your best to align your allies, or the people you want to be your allies, around the same like mutual shared interest. And we didn't do that.
And also,
didn't think I'd be talking about foreign policy tonight, but surprise!
By the way,
but a welcome one.
Sean, I just gotta say, I have to thing at 9. I gotta head to, so I probably gotta go.
Okay.
But thanks
everybody.
So much. What's that?
Everybody, check out Mike Harlow's channel. He's gonna and his Twitter and all that. Mike's gonna sign off with his classic sign off. Go ahead, Mike.
What's my classic sign off?
Whatever you got.
Oh, I don't know. Follow my Twitter and stuff now that I'm back. Mikey the Harlow. And yeah, follow me on the stuff. All right, thanks
Sweet,
for
I'll
having
check
me,
it.
dude.
You know,
See ya.
yeah, I really enjoyed him.
Yeah,
In terms of the take care, my
that
dude.
guy was awesome.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Later, Mike.
So in terms of the reason why we have Turkey as an alliance was because of the Cold War, because we had to have a check on Russia. That's the only reason why they're even in NATO in the first place. But as they the Kurds have actually been the main force that's actually been helping us in these recent, as Sean said, with against ISIS, and also they at the very least deserve a state that that you don't have to add the Kurdish part of Turkey. You don't have to, but you have they at least deserve their own state for helping the United States and all these. They're the main ground force that help defeat ISIS. We provide air support, but they're the ones on the ground actually fighting street to street. And Turkey has look how they treat our allies in Europe. They're like, if you don't give us more money, we're going to send you 100,000 refugees. So they're not acting like an ally, and they're also run by an wannabe Ottoman, person.
I don't know. I'm not informed enough on this decision, but I certainly want to say fuck Turkey.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you
Yeah,
can say
I feel
that,
like they
but
shouldn't
you
be-
can't.
The
I
problem
feel like they
is
shouldn't
that
be in NATO, to be honest. I mean,
the problem is that Turkey's the second largest army in NATO, and they were a democratic nation, and for a long time. And we saw Erdogan doing the Vladimir Putin maneuver, where after he's prime minister, he becomes president, and then he has his people transfer more and more powers over to the presidency. And we didn't do anything, to stop it. Not that you can overthrow him, but Erdogan's been erasing history of the secular Turkey and all that. That coup really needed to work because, Turkey's the only Islamic democracy, and it's the only Islamic democracy because every time they're about to vote in a dictator, a military coup happens and they kind of reset the democracy.
Who says we can't try another one?
I mean, he beat the first one and he wiped out a lot of his enemies. Also, Erdogan hates a guy that lives in Pennsylvania, and I think his name is Gulen, but I might have made up that name. And he's like a CIA person. So every time there's a problem in Turkey, he blames that guy in the United States. Allies of the United States don't typically blame the CIA for everything.
Yeah. What if it's not even a CIA person? It's just some grocery store owner. It's like, where the fuck's this guy hate me?
I don't get
Turkish guy.
It's just some random dude who has a normal life, but for some reason Erdogan thinks that she's a CIA agent.
Right. It's a guy though. But I'm gonna hand this off to you guys because I'm gonna take a quick minute. So you guys, run the channel not into the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was good to have.
Be back.
I think it was good to have Turkey and NATO for a while. I think they in the 90s and stuff. They certainly, even in the zeros, they would have been probably a good ally to have. Good to have a good strong ally in the Middle East. But I don't know. At this point, I think they're becoming a real liability.
They are.
They're really testing the definition of ally with the recent shift they've done. And I think that having them in NATO and having Article 5 ratified with Turkey in the alliance is just going to create a bunch of real pickles, for lack of a better word, in the future. So I'd say we should move towards removing them from NATO, and they might remove themselves anyway. So it's hard to know.
All right, Spiro Onderberg says, let's watch TYT instead, guys. Chink and Anna are vastly superior to this nonsense. Okay, whatever you say.
I like I'm gonna get something to drink just a second. I'll mute my mic. Be right back in a minute.
Literally, God says Turkey was secular too. It was secular. It's just that every time it goes to an Islamist path, the military always stepped in and started a coup to preserve secularism. So the military has always been a bastion of secularism in Turkey. So there's always been quite a few coups. It's just that at this point, the coup in 2016 failed. So we have to seriously ask ourselves, at least the NATO members do, should Turkey still be in NATO? At this point, is it a liability or an asset? Me and Scotch just tend to lean to the asset side, but I'm open to being convinced otherwise.
You mean wait, sorry, you mean we lean towards Turkey being a liability in NATO?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you said asset. Just clarifying.
Oh yeah. More. I said liability more than an asset.
Oh, sorry, more than I just heard asset, and I'm like, okay, never mind, forget it.
I just heard ass.
Damn, all I'm thinking about.
You are though. You're thirsty.
Nah, not really. Not compared to like I'd say most guys. I'm pretty chill compared to most guys online.
Clearly, Paul's thirsty because he had that Paul Joseph Watson. Because like a few months ago, remember he had the take where it's like men and women can't be just friends.
I kind of agree with that though, because like I think that usually if you're friends with like a woman in real life, I feel like eventually, if you're even remotely able to be attracted to her, I feel like you'll eventually build the attraction, and that's going to interfere with the friendship. It's going to create drama. You might
I've had that happen a few times, but it doesn't happen in most cases.
But his take though originally
for me, it doesn't.
was you can only be just friends with a woman if she's not attractive, basically. And I agree with that take. Because I've been friends with like hot girls and stuff, and I usually I'm never able to just like get it in my head that like we're just friends and that's all we'll be and that's okay, you know. I personally found it fairly difficult.
Oh,
I will say, unless it's somebody
I must have vastly more self-control. I don't know. Because
it's not a matter of like self-control. It's not like you like rape your hot friends or whatever. Like it's like you just end up. I don't know. It's hard
I don't know how to describe
away feelings. I think again, unless she's not attractive, then you won't have that concern. But I think for a lot of guys, it inevitably ends up being an issue, and you end up drawn to certain women to be friends with often out of some kind of because you do think they're attractive. You do want there to be potential for something else. So like I do err on the side that men and women being friends doesn't work that well. And frankly, like when I get married at some point, I would ideally like my wife to sort of shoo away a lot of her orbiters, a lot of her simps, I guess.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's
except for the gay ones, they can stay, whatever.
Well, the thing is, I mean, that's happened to me before, but like most times I don't develop feelings because like I don't know.
Are your female friends like hot though, or are they just like whatever?
Some of them are hot, but a lot of them are just not overly. They're certainly not ugly. I don't know.
Like, if they offered, would you say yes?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, see, that's the thing. So I feel like there's kind of a weird power imbalance there.
Yeah, I don't. Well, but also I don't really actively seek it out.
Yeah, that's true.
Because,
but deep down, you'd want it because if they offered, you'd say yes.
Well, it also depends if I'm like dating or if they're dating somebody.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, but just in normal circumstances. Yeah, I don't know. Like maybe you can be friends, but I feel like most guys end up wanting things that would generally mean that you're more than friends, that you're at least friends with some dental benefits or whatever the fuck, you know.
Oh my god, True Malama or Miyama, whatever her name is, says Anna's wearing a funeral dress.
Really?
Or at least it looks like it.
That'd be great. I'm gonna pull up their stream. We can't, unfortunately.
Oh my god, some guy thinks this is an incel channel now.
What?
Some guy just came in and said he thinks this is an incel channel. It isn't. We're just going off on tangents. Would you guys date a hot trad Muslim woman? No, I wouldn't.
I would absolutely date a hot trad Muslim woman. Are you fucking
I
kidding
wouldn't.
me?
I don't think I could ever date a Muslim.
Dude, Mina baddies are the best. and there's so friggin' few of them on dating apps. It annoys the fuck out of me.
What do you mean?
Their parents have them. All their parents have them like locked away in towers and stuff.
Dude, what do you mean Nina baddies?
What?
What are Nina baddies?
MENA baddies. So
Mina
stands for Middle East North African baddies. Now to be specific,
look, dude, there isn't much going on right now. I'm sorry. You have to wait a little bit.
Yeah, I think I don't know if
2% of
baddies are
precincts were
all.
reporting in Missouri, and
Okay.
30% are reporting in Michigan, and Biden is having has a let's see, Biden has 52%, and Bernie Sanders has 41%.
Just to wrap up the point, I don't know if all Middle Eastern and North African women count as MENA baddies, or if it's like only the ones that don't wear hijabs or whatever. I don't know if it requires a certain subcultural or personality trait, but yeah, I like.
Dude, chat hates us right now. I think we should stop talking about this.
Bad. They're like, they're upset.
I think Sean's
They're
taking a
genuinely
smoke break,
upset.
guys. I think he's taking a smoke break. Calm down.
Yeah, everyone, relax. It's okay. It'll be all right.
No, we're not incels. For the love of God.
No.
All right, we should. All right.
All right,
Like,
let's talk about politics stuff so we don't traumatize these
because now
viewers.
that
I wonder
we're
how
at
many
85 viewers right
we've
now. We
lost.
killed the stream.
Yeah. We probably
I don't know.
lost Sean, like, I don't know, 100 subscribers from this. How would you let your good brand be taken over by these freaks?
Honest question, though. I don't know, dude. He invited us.
That is true. Yeah, 19 dislikes.
I don't mind
the
this. I don't
stream. They're
hate
probably
you.
all
Oh,
earned in
thank
the
you,
last
Louis
5
Cypher.
minutes. What?
AJ would be disappointed in you. I don't really think he cares. I don't know.
Big
Why did
titty
she-
goth.
You
Why
guys
did
need to
Sean-
really change the top.
I know. We just got off on a tangent for whatever reason. Unsubbed.
Indeed. Yeah, we lost about. I mean, to be fair, some of these live viewers we lost might have just been because you left. It might not have been because of what we were talking about.
But still, I'm in the Twitter DMs. I'm like, dudes, change the topic. Like, what are you doing? I'm like, I
sorry,
trusted you.
We're doing like group dating therapy session.
Scroll through the chat and read the super chats. Make the audience feel like they're engaged.
I don't think there was any super chats right now.
I don't think there. Wait, there's one Australian thing, but I think that's been there for a while.
Yeah,
So-
that one's like stuck at the top of this, and it's been there. He sent a larger one, and it's actually still there. So I'm gonna switch to this view since there is nothing happening on that map right now. You guys speak so everybody knows which one of you guys were having that conversation.
Yeah, it was
And not
me and
checking
Sean, me and Scotch. We apologize for that.
Yeah.
Not checking the Twitter DMs. And by the way, yes, some Middle Eastern women are very attractive women. Would I date a traditional one? No, because they would want you to be the same religion as them. But that's neither here nor there.
That's
true.
All right. My
what
deepest apology, Sean. We got off on a tangent.
Yeah.
Some people were entertained. Some people said it was better than the politics. A couple people that wasn't.
I think they're in the minority though.
I was actually thinking about doing a video on like some minor like dating things, but like there's this thing that happens with a lot of conservative creators where they borderline like culty behavior. And like I already did the credit card video, so I can't do like this is how you date too.
Oh, some guy said I think NATO and the UN should be disbanded. No, that is a very bad idea.
NATO, I don't think so. The United Nations, I'm fine with you having a place to do like diplomacy, but not like I hate paying for the UN for them to release stupid resolutions about, social justice, anti-free speech, all the nonsense that comes out of the UN. So, I'm mixed on the UN. I would like to pay less for it. The greatest number would obviously be 0. But yeah, like it's really weird that the UN does like, their human rights. They'll have a human rights tribunal and they'll have like the 3 biggest.
Yeah, they'll have like
violators.
Saudi Arabia on it or something.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I think the UN serves a good purpose. It's just, it's really bad at doing it. So it either needs to be gutted and reformed or just entirely rebuilt. And I think it just needs heavy reforms. NATO,
True Mama, who thank you so much for helping the chat. I tried my best, but I couldn't. By the way, everybody who's a member on my channel, I will mod. There are some people who have messaged me on Twitter that are like trusted Twitter followers. I will mod you. I just need time. This is like the first live stream I've done in years, and 600 people watching at like peak was, a little too crazy to manage.
Yeah, now we're at 85. I think
Yeah.
most of them left between
We're at 85 total.
Yeah, concurrent.
Oh, I don't know. I'm looking at the thing. It says 467 right now.
Oh, well, I have your live stream pulled up. It says 85 here. Let me refresh.
That's what I'm saying. I just switched it to the YouTube, right?
Now it's 460. Okay.
Yeah, it should say it at the top of the StreamYards thing, by the way. Like, I don't know if you guys can see the same things that I can see.
No, I don't think so. I can see
Yeah, I
the
don't see
live
it on mine.
comments.
So
I
I
see
set it up so that you guys could potentially do screen shares.
I did. I screen shared for a little bit, but I was like, this is stupid. I'm not doing anything with it.
And by the way, the Young Turks don't copyright claim, so we could like watch a little bit of their stream
Yeah.
a little later on.
Please. Let's just do it now.
I'm looking for it right now. I'm gonna put the tab right now.
Steven said that Anna apparently just praised Soviet healthcare for some reason. So
did he
it's sounding
DM
like an
you?
interesting night.
Because they're
DM?
being communists.
Yeah.
Nuance Bro is streaming right now. We could go harass his stream.
Oh, you wanna? Oh, do you
he's
want
a
to get him on here?
To get him to come on during his stream. I'm like competing with a lot of my friends right now online. Like everybody
let's just combine. Let's just combine into streams.
Everybody who follows me on Twitter knows who like my friends that are YouTubers are. Basically, they're like the people that interact with me. So, but I'm going to the Young Turks channel right now on my screen.
Brendan Metzlin for $5 says a New York Times just called Michigan for Biden.
For Biden.
Yep, that's true. Business Insider has it too. And that's with 40% of the results in, and Biden's at 53%, and Sanders is at 41%. Thank you, by the way. So yeah, Michigan.
Sanders is overperforming again.
Where in Michigan?
In Michigan, yeah, overperforming the polls.
Yeah,
I mean,
to a certain extent, yeah.
That gives him life, though. So that, it's probably not as over as I was expecting.
Man, Sanders is getting, as to be expected, is getting crushed in Mississippi. Biden's at 81.3. Sanders is at 15.1 at 8% reporting. So it could change, but man, that is a number for Biden.
So what are you guys talking about? I just came back.
But they called Michigan for Biden. You missed the worst conversation ever.
Oh, really? What happened?
Which I missed. I gave them the reins to the channel while I went to the bathroom and made myself some coffee, and
immediately devolved into
they blew it.
Wait, what happened?
They not only went to dating, but they started talking about like Islamic women, which is
that was prompted by
what the fuck?
That was
prompted by somebody in the chat.
All right, I was listening while I was gone. I was there. So
Super Chat said, "Would you date a trad Muslim woman?" And I said yes. Al said no.
Oh, so I have to answer that at the end if it was a super chat.
It was a super chat, I think.
So you were the first channel to point out TYT's terrible coverage. After I unsubscribed from them in 2014, I'm echoing off somebody. After I unsubscribed from them in 2014, thank you for your amazing dissection of their propaganda. Thank you so much, Telecote Alcon.
Teleco Alcon. It's
Alcon.
Spanish.
I'm Spanish, so I'm Hispanic, so that's embarrassing.
You are? What kind?
I'm a Puerto Rican.
Ooh. Oh. David Kant says chances of Biden choosing Clinton as VP 0, and then he says
you're saying that.
Oh.
For $30.99 Australian, are you guys worried about the growing influence of China and in the Pacific? Jesus Christ, I can't see. In the Pacific, with them basically bribing U.S. allies in the region away from the U.S. I know the left in Australia is very keen on closer relations with China. So the Australian economy, I think an outrageous number of their exports go directly to China. So a Chinese economic recession, more than any other country, would cripple the Australian economy. It's something like a 40% economic connection. So Australian politicians need to work on a strategy to diversify a little bit away from China, because
they need to start trading with India. It's the most obvious answer.
India is going to be better. India is going to be bigger and better than China, just because they're in the Chinese, and you know, like that's going to really help them in
They're more liberal.
terms of trade. Yeah. In terms of trade with the world and all that. But like, you know, we have a lot of Indians are the highest income earning demographic in the United States, the United Kingdom, and Canada right now. Like, I was going to say Indian Americans, but like Indian people of Indian descent in those countries.
It's very hard to like talk about when you're, you know, it's kind of hard to make out. When
It's,
you're like
I saw somebody say it was some politician, and I'm sure more than one has made this flub, but they said something like Africa when they were talking about people in Africa, they said they're called African Americans or some such thing, and that made me.
Oh my
like,
god! A friend of mine was talking about like how he about like a black neighborhood in Paris, and he's like, "Yeah, I went to the African American neighborhood." I'm like, "Dude, you were in Paris."
there was a guy that I knew that was from Haiti. And when people called him African American, he's like, "Yo, I'm from Haiti. Shut up!" Like you get so aggressive about it. I'm like, all right. Like,
dude, he's just like, "Don't compare me with those." It just drops the N-word.
Yeah, I mean that was in his thing. It was that, and then I'm from Haiti. Like that's his response. But
don't associate me with those.
Yeah. So the fair day for $4.99 said I would love a dating advice video. Maybe in the future, but it's not going to be like. You know, I might do a video where I talk about my dating in college because there's a lot of like don't date SJW videos. And I lived in New York City and went to college in New York City. And I would just say date ones that are really attractive. Like that would help.
To answer the Muslim question from earlier, yes, I would date a trad Muslim girl. There's in the place where I live, there's a very high Muslim population for in Northern Virginia, and or not high, like you know, like high, but like you know, it's
we lost
still
you.
there.
Yeah, we hear you, but you cut out after large Muslim population.
Oh shit! Sorry. In relatively speaking, not like as big as you know, like it's not like 30%. It's like, you know, but like compared to United States numbers, it's pretty big. But there's like, you know, there's some like really like, and you'll be surprised. I think it's because it's mostly the higher income echelons of these like Muslim societies that come over here. But you know, there's some really, I would say, pretty beautiful women from that society, and they're very trad too. They have, I mean, so yeah, I would date a Muslim.
Correct answer.
I mean, I think I did very briefly, but you know,
you think you did?
You think? How do you just like? I don't know.
Well, it depends on what your it depends on what you call Oliver. Stop harassing True Mama. She's modding for me. What you call? I see you arguing with her, but yeah, no, I don't know what technically qualifies as dating. So that's the asterisk in there. But yeah, I what you call it? Like I'd say date whoever you want. You know, just be careful,
God,
especially if you live in.
Why is there only 5% reporting in Missouri right now? This is so annoying.
Because you know what they have to quality control. What does Kyle Kalinske say?
They're trying to rig it.
Yeah, they're rigging it by like having all the voters vote for them.
Joe.
Also, sometimes the percentage comes in, but like. You know, sometimes you see the votes going up before the number of precincts. So like I sometimes think it's like lagging because, you know, like this has to be updated and people make mistakes. But Missouri's Biden, they've called it's not as bad. Is that as bad as was in the polls?
For Michigan?
The victory?
It was
because
sorry, go ahead. Yep. So the average in the RSCP average is 22. So he's beating it by like 10 points, Bernie.
Yeah. So Bernie, all right, he's hanging around. There's a bit of a fight, as Jenk would call it, when you have 100 lead on Bernie Sanders, a tie.
Well, yeah, that's true. Though I mean, you know, but
somebody read this.
Read what?
The chat, I have it up on screen.
Comrade Bernard may have to excuse his nuclear option tonight.
Execute.
Shut up, please. That'd be so funny.
So, my fans are hilarious because they're like, you should call Jank Uger Jank's nephew's uncle. And I'm like, that's so... I would word salad that every freaking video. But thank you, Keith Gardek. But I will add the asterisk because a lot of people thought Cenk was going to run for president. Cenk is actually not born in the United States. He is a first generation immigrant.
Yeah, he was born in Istanbul.
We are safe in that regard, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh gosh,
how happy, I think the biggest happiness that I got out of Super Tuesday was like when Cenk got like landslided, because I was like, maybe he might lose, maybe he might win, but if he loses, he'll be like 5 points behind. No, it was like he got like easily like 5% of the vote. It was glorious.
I was pretty happy about that. I told you guys at the time I would have been happier had the Republican won because of Cenk. Like he split enough of the vote. Like that it was his fault, because the media would have went after him nonstop for that, and that would have made him angry. But my video that I did on Cenk got like 80,000 views and like has insanely high watch time on him losing. So I'm happy based on that alone. Like,
what do you guys think about
like make a living, which is all that really matters.
What do you guys think is going to happen? That's true. What do you guys think is going to happen in the general election between Biden and Trump?
It's a real toss-up. I don't know.
Oh my
It
God.
could really go either way.
I think it could go either way because while currently Biden does lead the polls against Trump, he usually has he's usually at least a couple points ahead in most of these states. I could see things changing though. Like I could see Biden performing pretty badly in the debates if he keeps declining like he seems to be. And so if Biden has some bad debate performances, Trump gets some real zingers on him, that could lower Biden's chances. Also, if the Bernie people do like a big freak out and that depresses the vote, that'll also hurt Biden.
Yeah.
But I think we can't forget when we're talking about
that
this. We
depresses voter
can't
turnout.
forget that- Oh, sorry. I was saying that a couple challenges Biden could face, even though he's currently ahead of Trump, is if he keeps like declining at the rate he seems to be declining in terms of how he can speak and communicate, then he might do pretty badly at the debates. Trump could get some good zingers on him. And also, if the Bernie bros freak out, then that could depress the vote on the left. But
sorry. Go ahead.
But what we have to remember when we're talking about Biden's chances, or even Bernie's chances, possibly, is that Mike Bloomberg has committed to spending $2 billion in the general election to support whatever Democrat is the nominee. And Bernie said he didn't want to take that money, but Biden seems perfectly willing to take that support. And that's a real asset, because whatever Joe Biden fucks up, all of Trump's worst moments are going to be just carpet bombed across the country by Mike Bloomberg in the lead up to the election. So like Trump's in for a real fight here. It's not going to be easy for him.
There's a limit. There's a limit, because if you advertise as a candidate, then you actually pay a lower rate for advertisements. They're required to give you the lowest possible rate that they can give you on TV stations. And they're also required to give you the ability to match the other candidate's campaign. If Bloomberg is flooding money in, then that actually counts as outside spending. So he has to pay market rates for that. So Bloomberg has the money to cover it, but you have to like count super PAC money a little differently than campaign money, because the rates can be like a difference of 9-fold. So if somebody has like $100 million in their campaign and somebody else spends $900 million in their PAC, they literally could end up getting the same advertisements for that, because it can be that big of a difference.
Is it commonly like a 9-fold difference, or is that just the extent of what it could conceivably be in an off chance?
Well, I heard during the election with Romney and Obama, at one point it was like it got to be that wide, and Romney had this was post Citizens United, so people weren't super familiar with all the rules. But Romney had a lot of more money in his super PAC, but it didn't amount to a lot. And also what helps Trump is you get so much free media when you're running for president that that's the thing is once Sanders won, he didn't really need Bloomberg money because he would get all the press attention he could possibly want.
And also, one thing we were discussing this. I don't know if it was before the live or before the results came in, but I think Sean mentioned it, that in the Democratic primary, they weren't really going after each other in a way that the Republicans would go against them. Like they're like playing patty cake, with in crisscross applesauce, and they're not really, because they're like, oh, this is what we do. This is what Donald Trump wants. This is, first of all, this is a primary. You're supposed to be debating for the voters' opinion. It's not like you're agreeing with each other. And also, not only that, Trump, like whenever Biden gets confronted about like, Hunter Biden or like any other issue, he just like gets on like this, he goes kind of like ape shit or something. He doesn't have like a straight answer for it. At least from what I've seen, he just kind of like gets angry, like very angry. And he, obviously once voters focus on Biden, I think, obviously you'll have to see how they react to that. But, I think, right. So it all depends on that. Because if it's just the way it is, I think Biden has a lead. But obviously Trump's a really, really good campaigner. I think he's a very poor governor, but he's a really good campaigner. So we have to see how he does that.
All right. Now, 8% reporting in Missouri. Biden has 58% and Sanders has 29%.
Yeah, Missouri was over. Missouri was over 6 weeks ago. Like,
yeah, I know. I just like to read it out because I just want to taste the salt of Sanders' tears. And now Biden is leading 13 points in Michigan. Bernie Sanders is at 50% and Biden, not 50%, 41%. Then Biden is at 53%. Huh.
Right. I'm like looking at the TYT chat, by the way. I like popped in because some people are demanding the screen share, and they really like the same chat problem that I was having is like 1,000-fold there. So that's like a nightmare on the side of the screen. They're interviewing somebody. That's the only reason why I don't want to jump over, because he's interviewing Ryan Grimm. Simeon, thank you for the $2.99. Thank you for like your donations throughout and earlier this morning in the premiere of my other video. I really appreciate it. I will mod you if I see you in the chat. That's on my list to do. So, because I mean,
all the bots he did all there. True Mama says.
Yeah, no, it is crazy if you look at their chat. Yeah, but they're doing an interview with somebody in DC, so it's not really that appealing of a thing to watch. It's not the Anna Jenk. I do want to see the funeral dress. So
I want to see Anna disrobe.
Oh my god. appropriate content. Honestly, like at this point, it definitely does not matter because the support that I've gotten from the audience covers everything. Like I don't even need to run ads on this after the video. So thank you guys.
Kyle Kalinski's Twitter, see how he's doing.
Oh yeah, he's Oh yeah. He's right now saying that like Michigan is getting rigged against Bernie right now by saying that they're closing, like rigging the areas where Bernie would win or something. He's right. Like he's so typical Kyle shit. I think he's getting more diluted like every day.
If you go to just his just his Twitter feed, we can scroll through it if you want to. If one of you want to screen share that, but just make sure you're screen sharing that specific page.
The Which Twitter feed?
Yeah, if you want to go through Kyle Kalinski's tweets for a little bit of fun, like if you said one of you said you could use the screen share function, correct?
Yeah, I forgot that I was suspended off of Twitter, and for some reason now they just make it restricting harder, even though I have like 30 minutes left.
Right.
Somebody else screen share. I've been a bad boy on Twitter.
Somebody says, "Bro, stop simping." I don't know what that is a reference to.
Oh, I think he was responding to me being a simp for Anna, I was horny posting again for Anna. Sorry about that. I will never do that again.
There is a clip out there of when I submitted a video to the Young Turks way back in the day when I was young, where Anna says I'm attractive. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying. Like,
Anna Kasparian said you're hot.
Yes.
Really? So, jeez. That's pretty. Wow.
Well, she apparently does like Hispanic men.
Oh, she's
it's crazy. She has immense thirst for them.
Yeah, she like is like in the camp of like wants to be. I forget what this guy AIU calls her. It's like a wannabe something, but I don't remember what it is.
Yeah, because she has this like very faint accent, and I can't tell because it sounds a little bit like the one my mom has. I can't tell if it's like because she spoke like Armenian was her first language when she was like really, really young, and she has this like kind of a generic lingering faint accent from that, or whether she tries to put on some kind of ethnic sounding accent because she's like a Hispanophile or something. I can't, I don't know, but yeah, she does.
I think it's
have
the
seen
Armenian.
evidence given to me that she is a wannabe Latina.
I think it's a chola is the word for it,
T'Challa.
which I hope isn't derogatory because I did say it. Sean, what degrees would you recommend studying? So here's the thing: is I hold 2 degrees in criminal justice. You guys know I'm a John Jay College of Criminal Justice alum. I minored in film. Literally took 1 video production class. Like I finished the minor, but the most important class that I took was once a week video production class. That's where I learned to edit. That's where I learned filmmaking like techniques and all that. So before I was able to make a living on this, I would edit independent filmmakers' short films. I got a job at John Jay Online where I made $10 an hour, and I would edit, like I would put together like digitally graduate courses. So like the point I'm trying to make is that my 2 degrees in criminal justice just tell me what sources to look at for me making the videos, which I could have found just being an interested person. The thing that really helped me was one class that I took as a minor in my junior year. That's what this is all based around. That's like the skills that I use today. So it's not so much what you major in school. It's diversifying your skill set so that you can pursue different interests. Like don't be one of those people who majors in criminal justice and just for an example, and then majors as your minor in like criminal law. Like diversify it a little bit. Yeah. Take classes that interest you.
Like for example, I'm majoring in finance with a minor in international relations and public admin. So kind of like
I'm gonna either be a history or a social work major with a minor in Spanish.
All right. Well, don't overpay for either of those majors, guys. Like I went to John Jay it's a prestigious criminal justice school, but it is in the city of New York system. Like it is an inexpensive school, and I borrowed $2,000 total because like I worked and took breaks instead of borrowing for the whole semester.
I'm using ROTC to pay for my college.
Right.
I'm using a half off scholarship I got.
I'm using Carlos Mazza's parents' money to pay for mine.
Are his parents like billionaires or something?
So they sold the company for his stepfather founded a company that his wife was like the second employee at, and obviously an investor who's called his mom, and it sold for $11 billion. So I'm not sure if that makes them a billionaire per se, but it definitely makes them in the hundreds of millions.
How old was this when Carlos happened?
This was years ago. Carlos is registered to vote. This is how they found it out. He's registered to vote at one of their mansions. So I'm hearing a tiny bit of echo off of one of you guys. I don't know which one it is.
It could be mine.
Like,
I'll
it's
try
like
muting just to see if there's a difference.
All right. I'm gonna just read this right quick. It says, Chase Elliott, we should definitely check on Cenk Nephew's uncle's stream. Look, I'll pop in. I'm not gonna, but right now they're literally running a commercial.
Yo, we gonna raid Nuance Bros stream?
I don't know. Do I send my audience over to harass him if we do that? Like, I don't get, like, you know what I mean?
I think that gets you banned off YouTube.
No, not like harass him, but like, just like he's my Nuance Bro is a friend of the channel. Like, don't actually literally harass him. That's a figure of speech. Like, but I feel bad.
I'm just saying YouTube could interpret it as that, whether you meant it or not.
Yeah, no, I got you. I'm just saying, like, do I send them over to like flood him with messages, like like AJW sends his regards, basically?
Yeah, do that.
But we should definitely check in. Oh yeah, I just read this. What am I, an idiot? So I don't know how that message is staying up there. That A thing. Look, it's still up there.
Must be a lot of money.
No, it's like $22.99. It's just I don't know how. Did I like hyperclick that? Yeah, it's from 8:08 p.m. Eastern.
Oh wow, Jesus.
Yeah, that's one glitch in StreamYards. That's fine. But
Who do you guys think is the best anti TYT channel? I think it's AIU.
Oh, obviously, don't say me.
Well, you're
No,
close.
I'm saying don't say me. Like besides
say
that,
for, like-
because if you say me, that's going to look like the biggest suck up thing ever. So everybody in the chat, write up your favorite not me channel, because obviously if you're watching my stream,
I'd say for like
I'd
for like
say-
entertainment AIU, but for like an intellectual critique, it's Stephen Michael Davis, I think.
That's actually a good
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
Yeah.
I like
Michael
Steven.
Davis.
I plug Steven in like
do
every
too.
other video. So like the reason I was
Yeah,
like,
and he still only has like 6K subscribers. Like, what the?
but the reason I was harassing you guys in the chat is before I jumped on your last stream was because Steven was there and he tweeted out the link. So
Oh
Right.
yeah, I know.
so I'm a big
And now
fan
Steven's not even here. We don't need him.
Oh, you notice how
abandoned?
I've never been on anything live with Steven at the same time. I don't know how that's possible. Maybe there's something there. I see a lot of Dame Pesos in the chat. Don't Walk Run.
Dame
Don't Walk
Pesos.
Run. Don't Walk Run is a very good channel. He like blew up. There's like a video that everybody points to from like a year ago where he says he's trying to get to 1,000 subscribers and he's at like 250,000 now. It's crazy.
The Don't Walk Run guy.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Yeah, I remember.
You both live in New York. Do you guys like hang out? Yeah. Like, wait. You two both live in New York, right?
Yeah, but like I don't go out of my like I haven't been like, hey, direct message, come meet me in real life, like,
Oh,
But
okay.
I mean, I would for
I was just
an
wondering.
IRL collab.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know where he is. I know he's somewhere in New York. I have a feeling based on the brick wall, he's in Manhattan or Brooklyn.
I got a friend who lives in Brooklyn, but used to live in Williamsburg. He used to tell me all about like the weird Jewish customs.
Oh my god!
For Don't Walk Run, he actually has pretty big balls. I think he's like the only guy who actually went after Andrew Yang. Like,
oh yeah,
it's actually pretty ballsy. Like, Andrew Yang is like the type of politician for the internet, like specifically for them. And it's like, even if you don't agree with him, you don't really go after him. But he actually got pretty ballsy and actually went after him. That's pretty. I mean, not that I don't like Yang.
What I like about him, and you were glitching up in the middle of that sentence, but what I like about his videos on Yang is they weren't like vicious or vindictive. Like he did all of them with the same like sarcastic tone, even when he got criticism for it. And because the Yang people are the Yang people. But the thing is people told me to go after Yang, and I was like, I didn't want to break down policies of candidates that had no chance of winning, because that's like a wasted video.
Dude, this hurts me so much because I love Yang so much.
But also like his videos were so good on Andrew Yang, I didn't want to like just do a crappier version of that. Like, so AIU, if he does a video on something that I'm already working on a response to from the Young Turks, like I won't watch it because I don't want to I don't script my videos, so I do it from pragmatic purposes because like the subconscious mind and all that I don't that he makes just from like remembering. So like I try to avoid anybody covering the same topic like before I shoot anything, because like that's how people are. They'd be like, you're stealing it. You stole one line from somebody. Somebody said I remind them of Knowing Better. So I actually really like Knowing Better's channel. I looked through it a lot, but I saw his video on Jordan Peterson, and there's like a point where he takes a stumble from Jordan Peterson and extrapolates like this whole crazy radical opinion.
Dude, I saw that. I remember it was one of the first videos I saw. I saw his video on Hawaii, and I was like, oh, this dude's cool. Then I saw that, and I was like, how did you extrapolate that from that?
Yeah, and his point at his end point was like Jordan Peterson is signaling for the far right, and he's the kind of guy that tries to convince you that if you were in Germany in the 40s, you wouldn't be a Nazi. Yeah. And like Jordan Peterson literally has lectures explaining to you that you would be under the pressure in that political system, because that's how you were propagandized. So it's like it's so bad. And you look at his Columbus video, which is so amazing, like the translating the actual journals from Columbus, not relying on the English translation, like that one. And he actually apologized for that because he's friends with all these lefties. So it's just really embarrassing. That's
Why do you
really
apologize for it?
because all the lefties were like, well, we don't like Columbus, you know what I mean? So like
Yeah.
he has a follow-up video where he basically apologizes for being accurate. And it's
I
just
know, he's
embarrassing.
such a dude.
What do you guys think of?
So
What do you guys think of this whole like bread tube type of thing? You know, like those types of people. You know, like knowing
it'll die soon, I think.
I made videos about BreadTube before I even knew what BreadTube was. I think I did Innuendo Studios and another guy that I don't remember. And yeah, they're like one of the things that so I listen to YouTube a lot. So if I hear some really dumb stuff, I'll make a response video to it. One of the things I realized about Innuendo Studios when I was watching the videos in editing is how much like terrible information is communicated visually. And like I almost had to redo the whole video because he's like grouping creators together that are like super moderate or lefty with like the alt-right. It's insane. And like his whole thing is like, this is understanding the alt-right. And it's like, you literally don't know the first thing about it.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
like-
all these bread tubers, they fear. We fear the rise of the far right. It's like you cannot identify a far right person if it hits you.
Yeah.
If it hits you.
Did you guys see that
I was gonna
asinine
say a
like?
naughty word, but since you told me to not say those, I didn't, Sean. You're welcome.
Did you see the
Yeah.
asinine graph on Twitter about like some Bernie supporters? Like this is how they get perceived, and it's like you know they put like Donald Trump as far right and Bernie as far left, but the reality is that Bernie's a centrist and everyone else is far right, and there's no one who's like a real true far left person.
Oh, I
And then-
saw that.
Yeah.
A few mutual of mine on Twitter shared that, and I tagged 3 of my British friends, and I said, "Is Bernie far right in Europe?" And then they all went and then they all like argued with him, and then he unfollowed
Right.
me.
Yeah, Kyle Kalinski's like doing that. He's like, oh, Bernie's the new center. He's like FDR, blah, blah, blah. He's like, it's like, dude, no, stop it. Like, first of all, Trump is not a far right Republican. Like, Trump is for gay marriage. He's literally one of the most liberal Republicans you could have gotten. Socially, he's like leagues ahead of George W. Bush. So like that's ridiculous.
Although,
But-
in my personal opinion, I do kind of want to bring back the country club Republicans, but like have them be a little more left leaning on social issues because I prefer them way more than I do Trump right now. That's just a sad point.
But that's neither here nor there at this point, because my point is like the idea that Trump is on the far end of the political spectrum to the right and Bernie's in the center is insane. Like
Yeah.
Trump is he governs more conservative than he talks, but like this dude is not like there's no principled conservatism in him. Like he's
No,
a
there isn't.
protectionist. Like
And
his-
all the Trump supporters are gonna go after you for saying that, but it's like it's true.
It's true. Everybody knows it. He was like one of the least conservative people on the debate stage. Like he was somebody has it in the chat. Like he's a liberal. He was a liberal New York City Democrat for most of his life. Like he's always been tough on crime and he's always been worried about trade, even though he kept changing the country. But like other than that, like he's not he's not what you call it.
Yeah.
I think for Trump, he's less concerned about like specific issues. He kind of has these like feelings that he's worried about trade. He's worried. He doesn't know how that would manifest, but he's always he's been consistent on certain issues. But he's not like some sort of like deep political like thinker, or some sort. He has like some sort of political crusade. He just has these like nudges of feelings that he's trying to go towards.
Yeah, so you guys were talking about like who you would vote for in the election earlier, and I didn't answer that question because the chat was, a mess while you guys were talking about it.
God.
And I may have said this before in a video, but I think I didn't. I would have I don't vote. Like everybody I'm registered to vote, but I live in a blue district where Republicans do not even run for my city council, for my state senate, for my state representative, for my congressional person, and then statewide, everything's going Democrat, right? So I'm like, presidency, everyone's going Democrat. But if Bernie Sanders would have won or Michael Bloomberg would have won, I would have voted against either of those candidates because I hate Michael Bloomberg. I cannot stand Michael Bloomberg. He's my most personally hated candidate. Everybody knows this on my channel. And
Even more than Bernie?
I don't hate Bernie. I hate Bernie supporters more than I hate Bernie by a lot.
Fair enough.
But I hate Michael Bloomberg personally. There's something wrong with the 8th richest man or the 6th richest man, wherever he is on that list, being concerned with people's salt management at restaurants in New York. Like, that's something Bloomberg tried to regulate as mayor. The salt content of like chefs seasoning food in New York. That's crazy. So I would have voted against him in a heartbeat.
How do you feel about an Andrew Yang mayoral?
Oh, I would vote for Andrew Yang over Bill de Blasio. I'm not a big Andrew Yang fan, but he doesn't. Bill de Blasio has like all of the problems that I have with Bloomberg in terms of the like nanny state mentality. You know, plastic bag ban is actually statewide, but I don't think Yang would be as bad in that regard. And I don't like Yang, and I think that Yang gets a pass for playing identity politics, which he does. But people like to pretend that he doesn't. Like, I like him more than other Democrats, but I'm not a big fan of it.
He doesn't really. Well, he said he's condemned identity politics before.
He has, but at the same time,
like,
remember when the media
don't just love UBI?
I don't like UBI.
No, I said, are you sure that it's not just a total coincidence that like 90% of Asians on Twitter like UBI?
I don't know about that.
Okay, never mind. Forget it. Okay, I've noticed that Lee Kuan Yew's old adage about people voting their ethnic identity appears to be true with Andrew Yang and Asian voters.
Well, Asians to look, like, everybody likes to pretend that the modern left came up with this. Like, my other half, my non-Puerto Rican half, is Irish and Catholic Irish in origin. I'm telling you, my family probably loved John F. Kennedy. Like, that are when it's the first major to works. The Kennedy Irish Catholic, obviously. So Mitt Romney with the
Catholics, Biden.
Yeah, but I'm saying Mitt Romney with the I forgot Biden's Catholic, but Mitt Romney with the Mormons, 100%. So,
although Biden doesn't really isn't that Catholic. I mean, he believes that he's devout, but like his pro-choice stance pisses off a lot of Catholics.
But Biden used to at least be for the Hyde Amendment, so he didn't want people who were not religious to pay for it through their taxes. So like he did have some, and by the way, that is a basic moderate stance. It's kind of crazy that the like whatever you feel about pro-choice, pro-life, like there's some stuff that can be like it's crazy because even the Hyde Amendment allows the feds to pay Planned Parenthood, which kind of pays for it no matter what. But like at least you had the veneer of that not happening and satisfy people. Oliver Heaney said that is that Australian $2? I didn't realize he was paying me in Australian. Progressive has an inherently positive connotation. Yes, that's kind of the point. You want to label yourself with something that's positive.
Do you guys remember when they were trying to paint Andrew Yang as like a secret alt-right? Remember when
oh my god, that was hilarious.
As an alt-right guy, because he said like in a tweet that like if we don't the white working class in like these Midwestern states are getting like decimated by like opioid addiction and it's hurting them specifically, and he's like if we don't address this might put them into the hands of more radical people, and they're like, oh yeah, he must be some sort of secret like Nazi agent sent from China or something.
Yeah.
I can't remember, but there was a conservative on Twitter who literally thought it's like, show us your papers, Andrew Yang. Show us you're not working for the Chinese government, even though his parents were from Taiwan. I think it was Mike Cernovich, but I can't remember.
Yeah, that's not a good look. Look, there's some things I like about Andrew Yang personally. I recommend Don't Walk Run's videos on him. I do not recommend Anna Kasparian's videos on him because they're terrible. Like if you want to see the difference between somebody who goes after policy and makes, lighthearted fun of somebody and somebody who's vicious and obviously in the tank for Bernie Sanders, then compare those two sets of videos.
Yeah. Oh, also, somebody asked you. Faded.
Speaking of Andrew Yang, guess I just went to the TYT stream. I have to read this. Sorry, but Chase Elliott. I'll tell you the TYT update. Chase Elliott, no problem about Trump being basically a 90s Democrat. He is honestly really close to Bill Clinton. He weird in terms of policy. He's weirdly honest about things that should be a secret and lies about trivial things that don't matter. 100% true. The update for Andrew Yang is he just endorsed Joe Biden, and the Young Turks are mad.
Oh, really?
I could just see it on their faces.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty epic.
Oh,
That
that's
makes
That's
me
based.
happy, boy.
I love
That's
Andrew Yang even more now.
it's actually
Hate to be a
pretty-
fanboy. So I'm going to read this quickly. Simius, the first, thank you so much once again. Australian 799. I hate the fanboy behavior of so much of the right-wing media in regards to Trump, example, Fox News and Daily Wire. I think Ben Shapiro is the best on Daily Wire. I do not watch the other people because they seem to move for Trump. And Ben Shapiro doesn't like Trump, like you could tell, but he tries to cover him fairly in terms of the policies that he likes. I think it helps that Ben Shapiro personally doesn't like Trump, for his coverage. So let me see if I can screen share this freaking Young Turks thing, because we all.
Oh, also, Faded Away has a question. What do he asked? What do you think of Nick Fuentes?
Ugh. Look, Nick Fuentes, to me, even before we get into who he is as a person and policy, he has the cadence of like a Southern preacher, and I'm just not a fan of that. So, like, even if I agree with him on 90% of things, I would find that incredibly off-putting. I got nothing against Southern preachers, but I feel like when you're doing that online, it's that like conservative cult leader mentality. And I'm not even accusing Fuentes of doing that. I haven't seen enough of his work to do that because I'm not interested in a lot of his work. I don't think he should have been banned off of YouTube or Twitter, whichever one he was banned off of recently.
All right.
Okay, let's see how this works. I'm going to share the audio of TYT too. So if this becomes a disaster, I apologize.
Somebody told the guest to shut up.
Okay, so can you guys hear?
No.
I can see they're pissed off.
I could see the
Okay.
salt in their eyes.
Yeah, same.
So if you're in the audience and you guys can hear, because I did hit share audio, but I don't know if I messed this up. Let me know if you guys could hear.
Check to see if the video is muted.
I'm
Actually,
gonna check Cog
I muted the video.
Check
Wait, there's MLK. He's with MLK. He's in the background.
Yeah. Well, I'll get back to.
Can you guys hear now?
Yeah, I
I'd
hear
be
it.
shocked
Yeah.
if Joe
Okay.
Biden became president.
Okay, so
Don't every time I have to clarify because of all the
Yeah, I did
liars
have
in
it
mainstream
muted.
media. All the liars in mainstream media. It doesn't mean that I'm supporting Trump or voting
yes,
for Trump.
so
or
they're not
any of
happy
that
about
stuff.
this.
I wish with all my heart that Donald Trump loses and in humiliating fashion. Okay, so I hope I'm clear enough. But I want to finish the thought on Yang. So
I turned it down. You guys let me know in the chat if it's too loud.
we featured him on the show many times. We're the first national show to have interviewed him.
Like,
and
we
got
own
one
Andrew
right.
Yang,
He's a
and we're
smart
really
guy,
mad that he did this.
And I'm glad he was in politics, and I support him because he's an outsider and had really good ideas. But I only work for you guys. It's my job is to tell you what the reality is.
And Jeffrey
This
Katzenberg.
is super disappointing from Andrew.
I love how
Super
his
disappointing.
chat is just like you
I
guys
just
are
told you
melting
the
down.
context of why he did it. My guess.
Yeah, Dame Pesos comes into the
What
chat
you
when
can't
it starts to
tell
go
me,
south.
Even if you're the biggest yankster out there,
Yankster.
Andrew's principles really do line up with Joe Biden's. No,
They kind of
don't.
do.
Not at
More
all.
than Bernie.
Not
Yeah,
at
he's
all.
not like a big government
You were excited about
statist
UBI?
kind of
If
guy,
you wanted
really.
UBI, if Joe Biden laughed UBI out of the building.
Like UBI is like an old
Yeah,
kind of
you
Chicago
want UBI?
school-esque
Someone
idea.
else.
It's not like
Go
a
with someone else.
Hold on.
It's not a
Am I
big
not the
government
only one
solution.
who's come up with
Okay,
gangsters? 'Cause I've heard
I
that before.
everybody
Like,
says good volume, or you can't hear because we're. Can you not hear because we're talking,
Okay,
or
so-
not hear? Period.
We're gonna have the video shortly, by the way, so that we can.
no,
look
yeah,
at
I
it
got
and
you.
It's
By the way, I'm
personally
not-
very quiet for me, but I can
I
still make
did lower it. I could bring it up a little bit.
I mean,
'cause
I can hear it, but I would
So
prefer if you
who
turned
do
it up a
think
bit.
you're making happy? Like
Just
the
say when.
Yang,
I'm
your
adjusting.
Supporters, your new
Oh,
friends.
Yang's making me happy, Chank. I'll tell you that.
Joe Biden doesn't agree with you. Wanted to go towards the future.
That's not true.
Said and how to go towards the future, but we appreciated that you were trying to go in the right direction. You think Joe Biden's going to go in that direction? No, he's not, and you know that. You know that.
Are you guys good
Joe
now?
Biden doesn't agree with anything you said. He's going backwards, not forwards. So, what? You're
I
gonna
hear
get
it
more
good.
power
Yeah.
by endorsing Biden. You're going to get more applause. You're going to get more
A job.
A job, maybe?
Joe
Yeah.
Biden started dangling jobs out in front of everybody. When Buttigieg and Klobuchar dropped, at the end of one of those events, I think it was when Buttigieg was endorsing him, he said, Buttigieg is going to be around here much longer than me. That's an indication like he's just promoted his career. Because if I win, he's going to be in this cabinet, and then he's going to have a name for himself. And the next time he runs, he's going to say, you know what I have? He's going to be the next Forrest Gump in behind and all those things. They said, I was in the room when this happened. I was in the room when that happened. Therefore,
The black guy's actually making sense,
It's just the way
actually.
it works. So I think partially, I mean, I keep
Yeah,
looking at Andrew
but they're-
Yang's,
but they got
That black
Buttigieg.
guy has a
But this is a
name.
job
I don't know what his name is.
opportunity.
Yeah, J.R. Jackson. They got Buttigieg, Beto O'Rourke.
And we talk about bubbles a lot. We're in a bubble.
Yeah.
Yes, we're in a
Yeah,
Oh,
J.R.
listen,
Jackson, he's actually
Listen.
making
Bubble's
sense.
way bigger.
He's saying he's in a bubble.
We're in this bubble to believe that people in politics, from the voters, many voters, up to definitely the people that are in office, have any kind of principles. So when we go, man, what is the reason that they would do this? This doesn't match up with him. It doesn't have to. If it's as basic as, hey, I used to work at Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf. And now this one,
They're totally
particular
disregarding the
one,
fact that
Starbucks
he's
opened
dropping
up,
out
and I
specifically
lost my
because he
job.
says
I'm
that
gonna go across the street
Biden
and
is the
say,
only
I'm a barista and I've been
person
doing
who
it for
can like mathematically get the nomination at this point. But
Right.
Yang wasn't even endorsing Biden over Sanders. He was endorsing him as a general election candidate, basically.
Well, they
Yang was just
basically.
endorsing him as the general election candidate, not even as like in the primaries.
Well, if he's
Well, he
endorsing him
said
now, it's in
Biden's
the primaries.
prohibitive nominee due to quote math or whatever.
Yeah,
So-
the
Yeah,
math
so
guy.
I muted the stream, by the way, because they're we know what they're saying. Like, it's, Andrew Yang betrayed the move. Like, Sanders is done. That's why.
If Yang says that Biden's the nominee because of math, then Biden is going to be the nominee because of math. Because
I mean, yeah.
Nah.
because he's the math guy. I'm just
Look.
making a joke here, but
Look,
obviously he's done. Sanders is done.
For the people who think that Andrew Yang, look, I don't defend Andrew Yang. I'm not a huge fan of Andrew Yang. Let me bring this stream. Let me bring it back to the previous view. For the people who are big fans of Andrew Yang or whatever, I have not defended him throughout. For the people who say that he endorsed Biden and that somehow hurt Sanders, he waited till after Sanders lost Michigan. Like, that is what you call it. That is that's the lowest tier endorsement. So the idea that he's even going to get a job out of this is kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I put the captions on because somebody asked for it, but they're auto-generated, so they're not going to be that great.
God, when's North Dakota gonna come in, dude?
Some of them are coming in at 10 p.m., which is why I wanted to, wait a little bit, guys. Tricked me into thinking it was 7.
Missouri came out at 7, so did Mississippi.
No, we had to wait in like an hour until
Somebody said that's Brandon Nelson. I just want to point out that the J.R. Jackson guy, I mentioned him in my video. He worked for the Young Turks for free. He's been there forever. So I got to be a little fair.
apparently is it me?
Maybe.
Apparently it says Sanders is returning to Vermont right now, apparently.
Oh, he's about to quit.
He might.
Yeah, I think he will if he's not going to be giving a speech somewhere in one of the states.
Andrew Yang has a job at CNN. Is that true?
Yeah, he's a political commentator. He was hired after he dropped out. He's actually been doing really good. He's actually a very sane voice on there.
That's not the same thing. Look, we're getting the chance of meltdown through proxy.
Meltdown.
Where's Anna? Like, I wish I was following this a tiny bit because I feel like to fruition. Or at least Jank. Like, JR's trying to be the moderate right now. The reasonable guy.
God, if Bernie Sanders announces his resignation, I cannot wait to see the TYT meltdown.
Oh, he's ready. If he's back in Vermont, he might be considering reassessing his campaign. What's that legendary line? So Warren's a bigger snake than Yang. Like, Yang had no loyalty to Bernie Sanders.
Yeah. And he said he liked Bernie Sanders and supported him in 2016, but that doesn't he made it clear that he's very different from Bernie Sanders and that he's actually a capitalist.
Right. Well, obviously he founded a company.
Yeah, he founded a company.
You know what's weird?
Yeah.
You know what's weird? In you would think this is a little off topic.
We got Don't Walk Run. Yang is a political commentator at CNN because he's an expert on politics. You know, Andrew, I could flip you the link if you wanna come in. You're live.
Oh God.
I'll flip Andrew the link. Andrew's freaking awesome. We were just talking your Yang videos if you were able to catch that.
Last week I meet Sean, and this week I meat Don't Walk Run Production. Jesus Christ.
I mean, if he
crazy, actually.
He could be streaming right now. I didn't check.
Be.
All the people that I like on YouTube basically are streaming, and some of them are on vacation. Like that's really what's going on. So I have to pull up the link from here. So because I'll flip it over. This is my first StreamYards thing. So
Don't Walk Run actually did. I haven't watched him in a month or two now. But like during the debates and like fall and all that, I used to always like look at his commentary for like because he actually broke it down really well on and he actually has a little bit of a unique, I guess, take on certain things than a lot of everyone kind of repeats the same thing usually, but he sometimes kind of goes into some arguments that you wouldn't really think to go into. So he's actually a pretty cool dude.
A lot of that cut out, but yeah,
bruh. I think I'm, bruh.
I mean, look, I'm kind of carrying the stream a little strong just because I'm like screen sharing a video, so I could bring that down and maybe that will do that. Yeah. I know a lot of people want the TYT, but like let's just hear Jay.
The audio, so I don't see the point.
Who do you agree with? Which
I want to hear this.
Do you agree with more? Who do you think is going to be the better candidate? I think it's super weak sauce to say, "Oh, that guy's winning. I'm on his side." So, but don't get me wrong. I could see like people looking at him and going, "No, you're too harsh." All he's saying is, Biden has already won. Hence, I have choice. More charitable would be your interpretation, and you saw it with your own eyes, so you could make any interpretation of it that you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a separate thing.
Separate. My last
that we should
thing
definitely
is,
talk about.
I guess I'm one of those people because he clarified it by saying, I've always said I'm going to endorse the eventual nominee, and this, in my opinion, is going to be the eventual nominee, so I'm endorsing him. It's like last cycle. How many people were on the Bernie Sanders side were like, yeah, I mean, if Hillary Clinton wins the nomination, I'm going to vote for her in November. That's what happened. I feel like that's a similar thing. It's like, you guys, we're going to coalesce around the nominee because we know we want someone to defeat Trump. I think that's where he was going.
Oh, okay.
All right, fair enough.
All right.
So,
that base black guy is actually pretty knowledgeable.
That black guy always has been very
I'm
good.
Seeing him being attacked for on
Twitter,
and so I wanted to get your thoughts about it. So he said, "You have now again." Premature.
No, it's bro shows up
to do with the people that you defeat. There's a hope on the part of a lot of young people they had a champion. Young people.
I'm kind of done with this because it's not. I feel like they were too prepared for him to lose. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's not as bad.
It's kind of the only time that you get these like meltdowns when you kind of expect to. It's kind of like when Pete Buttigieg like slightly edged Sanders out in Iowa in the significant delegate count, and or when Sanders like lost in Super Tuesday, like those are like when you could, but we kind of were expecting just based off the polling that unless something big happened like in 2016, then he was going to lose, and he did lose. So it's like not really as expecting. You won't really see it's not going to be as surprising,
right? I'm gonna go see what Nuance Row is doing on his stream. I want to say like the word like harass, but I really mean like just go bug him for like a little bit. You know what I mean? So we're not rude, but there's like almost no progress on this. This is why we're kind of just like shooting the breeze and all that, because like Michigan, this is it. It's been the same 3 states forever. Like we're just waiting for an update on any of the 3 more. I thought one of them closed earlier than 10.
I think it was supposed to be North Dakota, but We need to see how that. It's a caucus, I think, for North Dakota, so it might be.
Oh, that's over. But first of all, it's over right now. Like Michigan was the state Bernie needed.
Oh yeah.
This is a disaster for Sanders.
I mean, he needs to. I mean,
Yeah.
what if he even wanted to stay competitive? He needed to win Missouri and Michigan.
Nuance just like staring at the camera right now.
Yeah, he wasn't going to win Missouri, but like if he gets beaten in Oregon, that's Oregon on the map, right? I know that's
Washington. Idaho.
Washington. Honestly, like I know I apologize to any Oregonians or Washingtonians. Same difference in terms of the voting base. If Sanders loses Washington, that's he concedes like tomorrow if he loses that.
Yeah,
because there's no.
Oh, sorry. In your opinion, if he wins Washington but loses as he is in Michigan, what do you think is going to happen?
I think he might, muddle through. Like, but he's done. He was closer in Michigan than expected, unless the gap widens with counties that we're not looking at right now.
Yeah, but
it's pretty bad. It's 53 to 39. Yeah, that's.
And this is something he was supposed. It's not like we're in like deep black Mississippi or something, where this is like a Rust Belt working class state, relatively whiter. And so this is something he's supposed to win. This is what he's kind of expected to win based off his messaging, and he's losing it. So this is the type of stuff. If he, for example, if he got these types of results out of like say South Carolina, that would have actually been better than what he than better than the usual. But if he's losing, if he's getting these types of numbers in like Michigan, then no, it's over because this is what he's supposed to win.
Yeah, right. Danny seems to think he'll stay in.
I don't think so.
I think going to Vermont is a terrible sign if you're in the Sanders camp.
Yeah. Oh, did you ask Andrew if he wants to be in the stream?
I shot him the link really quickly. I mentioned it there. I literally sent him the link like without a message.
Yeah, you should probably say, "Hey, you want to stream with us, pal?"
Also,
I typed in the chat of new.
Oh, Andrew actually did message me. He can't stay in. He can't come in. That's like literally the first message I ever sent him. It's just the link, like the most rudest thing ever.
It's like, is this a virus?
Yeah, I mean, look, if he's not streaming on his channel, I'm sure he has something to do.
Yeah,
like
here.
So.
Someone said a very good. I think I wonder what you guys think of this theory. Someone said I heard a theory that after Sanders concedes, Biden will drop and endorse some other mysterious establishment candidate that isn't senile. Do you think there's any basis for that?
0% chance.
Zero.
Like people are crazy. Like Biden's gonna leave. First of all, if Biden leaves, Sanders gonna re-enter and be like, I have the plurality if Biden quit. If Biden admits that he's demented, then Sanders is gonna come roaring back.
No, that's true. That's true. Well, guys, what do you think is gonna happen if, like, say, so now that we know Biden's gonna probably get a majority, let's say he's rolling in, he has a good like 55% majority, and then he like dies, like let's just say he just dies of old age or something. What do you think how do you think that's gonna work out?
His VP would take over the campaign.
Really?
Yeah,
because they have to nominate the VP at the convention though first.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, so but whoever his VP is will just assume the role.
Yeah, but that would be a disaster, especially if he takes like a Buttigieg or someone. Yeah. So he Don't Walk Run says he doesn't think Sanders is quitting. He's just going to go home because they're canceling events because of the global events. Oh yeah, I forgot he's still a senator. He might have to be home for a reason. He has a private jet now, so he could jet around the world.
I'm gonna go to Italy, Verona.
Italia. I actually heard from a family member that if they went to Italy for vacation, then they wouldn't get paid for the quarantine because everybody already knows not to go to Italy. Like any other country where you would get quarantined if you came back from, they would pay, like the job would pay. But like now that's like on the thing. So nobody go to Italy.
So going to take, at the same, this Italy's in a bit of a, this is over exaggerating it, but Italy has it's actually one. If you guys don't know, Italy has one of the highest aging populations in the world. It's like second or third oldest people in the world, and right. So it's killing off all the old. So it's like fixing their pension system, but at the same time, it's like no one's coming in, so it's also depressing their economy. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword there.
So Warren is so Don't Walk Run says it will be a woman. Do you guys think it will be Warren? Because I made that this is like I ruined my streak by throwing out on a limb that Warren not endorsing Sanders was to get the VP.
Scotch Oikos thinks it could be Tulsi Gabbard.
Who said that?
Well, okay, that was a prediction. I said Biden has considered her, and I'll stand by that. It has absolutely crossed that man's mind. He's been seen in public many times being friendly with her. She was good friends with his son Beau when they were in the military, and she balances out the ticket in basically every way imaginable. I didn't predict that she would be the nominee, but I think it's probably crossed Biden's mind more than a few times.
And
if Biden picks Tulsi Gabbard, then he actually is senile because he is the establishment candidate. And he is picking the anti-establishment, the real even more than Bernie, the anti-establishment candidate. This is like the Mitt Romney's going to pick Ron Paul to be his VP rumors. No way was ever going to happen, but it is kind of strange looking back. This is like how you do post-diction. It is kind of strange looking back how Tulsi attacked Kamala after she went after Biden.
Yeah,
and never went after Biden.
That's what I was about to.
Never criticized him.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. She never really went after Biden. He was always leading. It was only after like the first 2 states that he dropped, but he was always like ahead by like 5 or 10 points above Sanders or Warren, and so he's always been like But she never attacked Biden. I don't think at all. She went after Buttigieg. She went after Kamala, but she never went. So I always think that maybe something, but I don't think it'll be a VP pick, but. Definitely, and I think taking a senator out of no, for the Warren thing, I'm not exactly sure if she'll, but I think it's going to be probably an African American, to be quite honest, like a Black woman, I think.
Yeah. By the way, Don't Walk Run is correct. Gabbard endorsed Bernie last time around. There's no way Biden is picking a woman that sued Hillary Clinton. That's just not happening.
Yeah, yeah.
This is Ron Paul, Mitt Romney, like.
I didn't say it happened. And it absolutely has crossed Joe Biden's mind at some point. That was the extent of my claim.
Yeah, I mean, it crossed his mind like fighting some gangster named Corn Pop crossed his mind. I don't think it's accurate.
Corn Pop VP.
Take it perfectly.
Simius the First sent me a super chat. If Biden gets elected with his current mental decline, do you believe he will make it through 4 years in office, let alone run for another term?
Joe Biden.
I've heard the thing about his stutter that could be playing into it. I'm not saying I 100% buy that, but I'm not like a believer in this idea. Like we've had God knows how many presidents, all of them in a row that have either died or finished out their term. Like I don't think this he could die. Anybody could die in office, but I don't think this like mentally incompetent 25th Amendment, if that's the right amendment, if I messed that up.
It's 25th, yes.
Go ding me. And like 25th Amendment.
25th,
yeah,
right.
It's freaking 24 story plot. I know, but it's like the show 24 always has this as like a story point in multiple seasons. Like, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen to Trump. I don't think that's going to happen to Biden. If he's literally, like, remember, Ronald Reagan, like, had issues in his second term. Like, that was real. And, like, he finished it out. And everybody.
And the thing is, none of the Reagan team always says, at least the doctors that worked in the White House, every time that's brought up, they say, no, he didn't have Alzheimer's or was showing significant signs of Alzheimer's while he was in his second term. It happened after his second term because he was diagnosed in 1994.
Gabbard could be ambassador to the UN. If Gabbard's ambassador to the UN, then she's going to go to that office that John Bolton held and literally light everything in there on fire.
I actually think Buttigieg is going to become the ambassador to the UN. in my opinion. You know, he lost. He's not mayor anymore, and I think this is somewhere they could put him where he is relatively an inexperienced guy, could actually get some foreign policy experience. And since he did better than a small town mayor would actually do, you would think, And also, in terms of
right.
Fuck, I was gonna say something. You two were talking about it's slipping my mind. I'm getting a Joe Biden moment. Oh yeah. You guys were talking about? Can you guys refresh my mind? I just lost my train of thought.
We're talking about Ronald Reagan and his lapse in.
Oh yeah. So Joe Biden actually said that he's considering only doing one term.
Yeah, but that was early. Like that again. I don't even believe that. Like that's early in the campaign where people were worried, and like he was not sure how he's going to fare long term. Like I believe. Look, these guys are trying to win. Like Joe Biden ran for president because he wants to be president multiple times. And if he wins, he's going to run for a second term, even if they have to wheel him out, like like on a stretcher and like prop him up. Like he's going to run for a second term if he wins.
What do you think? Trump. What do you think of this like a lot of like whine-ons on Twitter, like who like these like delusional dreams? They think that like they say like they say if Trump.
AMMV channel. That's gonna stay up on this. That's gonna stay up on this screen for a long time. I saw that and I'm like, beautiful.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, you like literally disrupted everybody's like train of thought by putting that in the chat. Elizabeth Warren, head of the Secretary of Bureau of Indian Affairs. Beautiful.
Dude, the thing is, somebody would be dumb enough to do that, though. It would be
if anybody was senile enough to do that, it would be her.
Joe.
But it would also be absolutely amazing.
Dude, if I was Joe Biden, I'd do that just as a shitpost.
If I was Donald Trump, I'd do that as a shitpost. But I think Joe Biden might be senile enough to do that. If I was Donald Trump, I'd do that tomorrow. Like, I missed the thing.
Just offer it to her, then you can make a funny story out of it.
No. Like the thing is he can appoint anyone, right? So he could just announce that he's appointing her to that position, and then the Senate will have to confirm it. And then I would just do that. And if I was Trump, deactivate my Twitter for a week and let people go crazy. Like,
no, just don't deactivate it. Just don't really use it at all.
Yeah. But that was a solid hit. You're getting all the credit from the chat and from the panel for that joke.
All right, guys. I typed in the chat and Nuance Bro stream. AJ W says hi, but he didn't say anything.
Who said that?
Nuance Bro. I
tried to... he's in here?
No.
I thought you said he's in the chat.
I went to his stream.
So, by the way, people ask me to do this. Like, if you're in the chat and I see you, I'll send you a direct message. But like, you know what I mean? Like, I asked Andrew, but like, if you're in the chat, I'll ask you. But like, you can't just say bring this random creator. Like, we all like hang out in the back room. Like we do. That's where we do the blood sacrifices. But like, we don't tell non-YouTuber people about that. You have to get the 50Ks is where you find out about those secrets. Non-political question: what podcast do you enjoy listening to? I'm not like super big on podcasts. I'll listen to Rogan podcasts if I find the guests interesting, which I believe I said in a video before. But right now, what I'm kind of about is Audible membership, and I'm like going through books that like a lot of conservatives read, psychology books. Like I'm reading Jonathan Haidt, which people say is Height, but I like to say it as Hate because I think it's funny. I'm going through his catalog because I find his perspective on what's going on in the country very interesting. And I like to listen to books because, I spend a lot of time driving my car, and that's better.
You have a car in New York City?
On political podcast, or not podcast, like audio thing I listen to is called Hardcore History by Dan Carlin. I don't know if you guys know what it is. It's actually really, obviously not off topic, but it's a really informative historical podcast. I recommend you guys check it out. It's really good.
I'm
Oh,
also going through Thomas Sowell books. Like that's
Okay.
the next one. But
AJ, Sean, if I heard you correctly, you drive in New York City?
oh, I said don't swear in the beginning of this. It doesn't matter now. No, I like that's like monetization stuff, and like the support has been so ridiculous, like well beyond what I expected. Thank you guys so much.
All right.
Yeah, but don't go crazy. I'm not trying to get a strike either. But I live in an outer borough. Like if you know, New York City is the 5 boroughs, not just the island of Manhattan. But I actually love driving into Manhattan because I like have like memorized parking from when I was a student there, from like girls that I dated in certain areas of Manhattan. So I love getting free parking in Manhattan because I hang out there until nighttime, and like New York City geographically is super small. So if you actually have your car with you at night when there's no cars on the road, it takes you like 10 minutes to get everywhere. Like, so I love driving it.
To me that just seems crazy, the traffic there.
Well, that's how I don't get corona.
Hey Sean, check out the
you never use the subway.
Check out I sent it on the private chat for on the StreamYard. It's all these people like saying before the Super Tuesday how Sanders is going to become like got on. He's going to get a majority delegates. He's going to get on pace for a majority even at the convention. And from TLIT, Kyle rising on they're all like check it out. I love it.
All right, I got it pulled up. Oh, it's like a video compilation?
Yes, check it out.
All right, so let me like that so I could always watch that later. We could play that in a little bit.
Yeah.
I'll keep that open in a tab.
Yeah, sure.
Chase Elliott asked for $4.99. Any advice on getting through a 7 to 12 hour? I'm sorry. Oh, 7 12-hour days of work.
Oh my God.
I know what you mean, but I read it wrong. I know what you mean, but it's written a little awkwardly. I have no advice on that. I am a YouTuber. I am lazy. If I could work a real job, I would not be doing this. Anybody who works 12-hour days puts in a lot more effort than I do for anything in my life ever.
Dude,
I
want to point out something right now. So I'm looking at Missouri right now. If you look at St. Charles County, which is just north west of St. Louis, it went for Sanders 54 to 44 in 2016, and now if you look at it, St. Charles is 63 to 35 Biden.
I'm telling you, Biden is not Hillary Clinton, man. Like
he isn't. I know all these people. It's like, dude, he's literally just Hillary Clinton. And
Biden has all the strength that Hillary Clinton has, like among black voters, but none of like the being Hillary Clinton problem.
Yeah, because like a bunch of like the boomer conservative kids at my school are all like, yeah, Trump's just gonna blow out like he did last time. It's like, no, you're really underestimating how powerful Biden is because he's Hillary with basically none of the drawbacks.
Biden always flubbed, but like he's never been like this kind of weird. But I've been saying to people, like voters, like we watch the debates, like we get into this. I didn't even watch the town halls, and this is like my job. Like I didn't watch any of them. I saw clips on Twitter, but I watched every debate. Like the average person is not watching these debates. The average person is not seeing Biden flub on Twitter and that being shared all the time. And the people who are Republicans that aren't voting in Democratic primaries anyway. So like I've been saying this over and over again that Biden, his flubs do not matter. Like that was never going to impact him. The only thing that mattered was his approval among black Democratic voters in the South. And even when Biden went down to 8% in the national polls, that never moved an inch. So like Biden is legit.
And
he would have won. And he would have won in 2016. Hillary bullied him out of the race. Biden was way more coherent in 2016.
The reason he didn't run in 2016 is because his son died.
Oh, but he would have won based on that. No, Hillary got him out of the race. A VP not running, remember, Hillary took over the DNC, basically. A VP not running, and it wasn't just him. There were plenty of other candidates in that establishment side. That's why there's so many candidates this time, because none of them ran. Like, Hillary bullied everybody out of the race, like, beforehand. Remember, all the I hate the conspiracies about the super delegates, because Bernie lost to Hillary by 3.5 million votes. The superdelegates played no role in that, but Hillary did get all of them to pledge to her before they even started. which isn't that big of a deal because that happened in the Obama race, and Obama won, and the superdelegates voted with Obama because they vote for the majority candidate, and it was never as big a conspiracy as people made it out to be. But like Hillary did clear the field for herself. That's 100% true.
Yeah, I agree. But also for
I'm not going to do. I think that's part of it for Joe Biden's case, but also like his son died, and like he was still grieving when like the election cycle came around.
That's a win though. Like you win on that. It was his good son too, which is really
Obama had to deal
unfortunate.
with Hillary and convince Biden not to run. Fair enough too, but I really think you're underplaying his son's death in this role.
But
also, like Hillary Clinton not only took over the DNC, but she continued to pay the Obama consultants, because the reason the DNC was underwater is because the DNC was spending the same amount of money on consultants that they spent during a presidential run throughout the entire Obama term when they weren't running for president, because those were Obama's guys. That's where like the actual corruption and money in politics is. And Hillary agreed to pay them. The Obama consultants would have been the Biden consultants. So like I'm telling you, his kid died. That's horrible. And it was his good kid, the one that like was on track to maybe be a president. And it wasn't, it wasn't the mess up. It wasn't the Hunter Biden who is the screw up in that family. Like make no bones about it.
That's an interesting thing because I'd assume that was true, but apparently Hunter isn't as big a fuck up as people make him out to be. Like he's
screw up. What I say about language.
Oh right, yeah, the language, yeah.
Oh yeah, because you're getting so many super chats.
Yeah, no. I mean, it doesn't matter, but I'm just saying, in general.
Also, in terms of what you were saying about Biden's stutter, you actually might have a point there, Sean, because remember when Trump got, Trump is, babbling all the time, and he always, puts his foot in his mouth all the time, and always, kind of takes stuff out of his ass all the time. Well, sorry for the language again. I just broke that.
It's fine.
So, you might actually have a point because, Trump is 40% of his entire presidency, give or take like 2 or 3 points. So it's not like his, speech kind of stupidity, his kind of stupid way of speaking is kind of hurting him. So I as long as Biden doesn't, all Biden, because if you guys saw the list of, there was like a list that was released of the things he's considering to appoint in his cabinet. It's just, a bunch of regular people, and, he's just going to be in the background and nothing major is going to happen. He's just going to be doing regular shit or regular stuff. Sorry.
Right.
And
I would think that Biden might pick, I think that Biden, I can't, although you see Kamala all of a sudden, sucking up to Biden. I would think that Biden would pick Cory Booker because Cory Booker didn't like knife him and say that he was a segregationist during the debate. And like the opposite of Joe Biden, and Cory Booker's old too. The opposite of Joe Biden is like, and I'll tell you why he won't pick Booker after I pitch him to you. Cory Booker's like one of the most eloquent speakers. That's not Pete Buttigieg. You can't pick Buttigieg. Like total waste of space as a VP pick. But Booker is like, he likes to talk all poetically and like that purple kind of communication. Biden can't talk. So like they like to pick their opposite. So Booker would be a good person in that regard. The problem with Booker is he's not married and he's dating Rosario Dawson. Like that does not help him. That draws too much negative attention to him. So
in your opinion, Sean, who would be the best VP for Biden?
Biden needs to pick like an Amy Klobuchar that's not Amy Klobuchar. So find a Midwestern, I'm serious, like somebody who hasn't been attacked in the cycle, who's a Midwestern senator, maybe preferably a woman. Like something like that. Or a governor, if there's one out there. No Stacey Abrams. No, she's various. What state she's from?
Missouri, I think.
No, that's too south. He needs a Midwest. He needs a Rust Belt.
Missouri's the Midwestern state.
It
is.
I got it, but it's not. We don't consider it in like the manufacturing base that he's trying to steal from Trump.
I don't care what you coastal elites think.
I'm saying Pennsylvania. Like these are the states that he needs to win over. This is why I thought Jennifer Granholm, the former governor of Pennsylvania, was a good pick. Woman, well-spoken, not been attacked in this election cycle.
Who's the governor of Kansas? Isn't that one a woman?
I don't think it's Kansas. Kansas is Midwest, but I'm talking manufacturing base, the states that they want to flip. You shouldn't pick somebody in a state you're going to lose. Somebody from Wisconsin, Indiana, they're probably not going to win. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Like, if you have somebody that fits that, that's high on the list, in my opinion. The people that they talk about early are usually not on the list because they're like letting them get massacred in the thing. Rust Belt. There we go. Thank you, Cooper.
Rust Belt state.
Yeah, I made an entire video about the Rust Belt, and I lost the name right there.
I'm trying to think. Well, who could?
There's apparently a conspiracy going on that like he's gonna put Hillary as VP, and then Hillary's gonna kill Biden, and then that's how Hillary's gonna get into the.
If he picks Hillary as VP, he's like 78 years old. If he picks Hillary as VP and he dies for any reason, the first female president will always have like people will always be like they're dead.
Yeah,
it's gonna I actually think that the first female president is gonna probably be like Nikki Haley or some Republican.
She's a good one. She's not ditzy like Sarah Palin. Yeah, she's a good one for a pick. But the problem is that she's kind of too obvious. So like you start laying in the attacks now. And remember, they're already spreading rumors about Nikki Haley when she was running for governor. Like they said that she was hooking up with somebody else that wasn't her husband. They already put the rumors that she's been hooking up with Donald Trump out there.
Bruh.
Oh, Michelle Obama. I don't know.
I don't see her as like a political woman.
I mean, it's that. See, to me, Michelle Obama.
Here.
Well, let me just finish this thought right quick. Michelle Obama. It's like that joke that if Jeb Bush wins, he's gonna pick Liz Cheney. Like in my opinion, so the ticket's always gonna be the same name, like Bush, Cheney, Biden, Obama. Like I don't know. Michelle Obama could have ran and won the nomination like that, like done for everyone, easy.
You think so?
Oh, just 100%.
Oh yeah,
just based off her,
yes.
even just based off her name, she'll just. You guys think so?
100, because the key to the primary is black Southern Democrats. I'm sorry, those people love Barack Obama. They love Michelle Obama. And like the progressive credentials of like a woman of color. And what's funny is like the only knock against her is that another wife of a male president. Like, but she's not even as like nasty. Like her cause was not healthcare. It was like make kids do exercise. You know what I mean? Like Obama, like she would have won in a sec, and she could have beat Donald Trump because I mean, although I don't think anybody named Obama really wants to be in the arena with Donald Trump because he's been those people. Geez, so dramatic. I don't think anybody wants to be in the.
Right. How about Tina Smith as a VP pick?
Who's that?
A Democrat senator from Minnesota.
Let me look at her. Oh, the other, not Klobuchar. That would be funny.
Yeah.
Tina Smith.
Or Tammy Baldwin. She's from Wisconsin.
I don't think you should. I think we went over Tina Smith, and I said she looked the part. I don't think you can be a vice president I don't think you can be like. There's only a certain level of achievement you could have if your name is Tammy. Like I'm being honest.
Well, the thing is, also you need to consider Missouri.
Oh no! Tina Smith looks like a horror movie face in her Senate photo.
I know.
But
can I make a case for why Claire McCaskill could be Biden's VP? And why it's somewhat of a choice? Because Missouri is kind of a Rust Belt state.
What state is she from?
Because Missouri. Claire McCaskill's from Missouri.
I guess if you're trying to pillage,
North Dakota's coming in with 10.
I guess if you're trying to.
It's like Missouri used to have a lot of manufacturing. It's just that when we lost our manufacturing, especially also including our mining manufacturing, because
North Dakota
was the largest producer of lead. The thing is, it's that we weren't hit too hard by it because we were able to recover because we have other industries.
Right.
So we weren't hit as
hard.
Is
Missouri? I know Missouri's a manufacturing hub, but is it a union, like a old union state, like Pennsylvania?
Yeah, there's plenty of unions here, at least for where I am in St. Louis.
It's not updated on Business Insider. Can you guys link me?
Yeah. Let me send you where I'm looking at it. It's 10% reporting. Bernie's actually doing pretty good. It's 39.7% for him, and Joe's at 26%.
See, this is what I feel about McCaskill. Is you need like the illusion. I mean, here's the thing: is I thought you would need the illusion of enthusiasm with Hillary Clinton, but she picked Tim Kaine, like the plainest, blandest person.
I think she was trying to do like what Obama did with Biden, like trying to like let me take this like moderate like white Midwestern guy to kind of seal the first black president, and for Hillary's like, you know, I'm a first woman, so maybe I'll just get this boring white guy from Virginia.
Joe Biden's from Delaware.
Also, I don't want to get too conspiratorial on this, but like these are facts that I need to lay out about Tim Kaine's VP slot. Tim Kaine was the head of the DNC. Tim Kaine resigned from the head of the DNC and recommended Wasserman Schultz, who became the head of the DNC. We know Wasserman Schultz was clearly using turn the DNC over to the Clinton campaign. The entire operation was ran out of Hillary Clinton's Brooklyn office. So like Hillary Clinton sold that VP slot to Tim Kaine.
Yeah. Also, okay, Andrew, Claire McCaskill, she did lose her seat, and she was she only won her re-election in 2012 because her opponent Todd Akin was a complete moron. But the thing is, she is a woman and from the Midwest, and Missouri sort of was a Rust Belt state, and she could definitely energize the party. She does have some energy and enthusiasm.
Is Missouri even remotely winnable? I feel like it's not remotely winnable for
Biden. I mean, Obama almost won it in 2008. But it's becoming an increasingly more conservative state as time goes on. It's becoming a red safe seat. But
did you really just type in the private chat what I have to Google instead of sending me the link?
Well, if I try to send the link, but it's like this like long text of like
you're fired,
bro. Moment.
You're fired.
Hold on,
you're fired,
bro.
You're like I'll send you something in the private chat, and it's like Sean, if you use this thing called Google to find the North Carolina results.
All right, fine. Let me send you the like friggin'.
Oh, we got North Dakota on the board on Business Insider, so.
Oh well,
that was really amusing though. Honestly, I appreciate the comedy in that. It's not called for Biden; it's still in wavy, which is the technical term that we will be using.
Bro, where's Bernie? Wait, can I see the state? Where's Bernie?
Tom Steyer is number 2.
Where's Bernie Sanders? He's not there at all.
This is one county.
Yeah, county. But that has to be a glitch.
It's literally just Burleigh County.
All right, but Tom Steyer is also dead. But that's Burleigh. That's like Burlington, Vermont, where Sanders was the mayor. That doesn't make any sense. He should be winning.
Yeah. Oh wait, Burleigh County has 95,000 people. Oh no, that could be.
Yeah, but there's literally like 300 votes for Biden. Somebody find Kyle Kalinske.
Oh, Kyle Kalinske,
because he's gonna be like quality control from the DNC.
Oh wait, I've been unsuspended from Twitter, so I can actually look at him now.
He retweeted a salty thing against Andrew Yang. That's the latest one.
I do agree with Andrew. Like, I just hear the way that people talk about Claire McCaskill, and she's just like she's literally the most generic pick, like humanly possible.
Well, I think relatively popular here.
I think Biden will live because like what sustained him as VP was like sucking up the youth from the daughters of the senators he was swearing in. Like that's why he was sniffing all of them. So I think he's going to do that as president.
Guys, I just I know I haven't been super active in the last little bit anyway, but I think I'm gonna hop off the stream now to work on something. Thanks for having me on, Sean, and thanks for the great conversation, everyone. If you want to hear more from me, Sean kindly linked my Twitter and my YouTube in the description, so you can find more of me there. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah, thank you for coming on.
Take care, Scotch.
I think I'm gonna hop off too. I'm getting tired.
Oh my god,
dude! All right. Well, thank you for having me on. Sorry for ruining your stream earlier when you were gone.
It's okay.
Your chat, there's a decent chunk of your chat that doesn't like me now, and I love that. Good night. I'll check in tomorrow. See ya.
His links are also in the description if you guys want to check them out.
My stuff's in there. Bye.
Bruh.
Oh, and then there were two.
And then there were two. Yeah, I might be is the right word. Might hop off, but yeah. I mean, it's been a blast. But I need to know what happened when I kind of left like a second after you left to eat dinner.
Right.
And then I can't.
What you need to know,
bruh. I left after you left a few seconds after you left.
Right.
Because I was eating dinner, and then like I came back, and apparently like they were talking about dating trad Muslim women or whatever.
Yes,
Like,
I left. I literally said, "Don't mess up the stream." Right? It was going fine. 600 people watching. I'm like, I listened to the headphones because if it's like disaster, I have to run back and like do. Right? You never know. I listen, and all of a sudden they get onto somebody super chatted it. Apparently, they get onto should you date a trad Muslim woman? And I'm like, no, Islam, no. And it's like, and then they're like talking about how there's only a few of them that are super hot, but they really were saying super hot on like dating websites, not just in general. And I'm like, oh my God. So then they're reading the chat, and the chat's like incel, right? This is becoming an incel stream. But then they stay on the topic, and I'm like listening to this, like as I'm like making coffee, using the bathroom, going out for a smoke. I'm like, disaster. So I come back, and it's like, they're telling me, because I'm listening, they're telling me it's it like in the headphones, I'm not looking at it. They're saying, oh, I think there's 85 people. And I'm like, how did you do that? And then I come back. It went down to like 400 and something, but people came back. They were like demanding that I return.
Well, damn. That's that. I have to see the stream like once it actually comes up on your channel. I need to see like it, because I didn't have the NSA powers that you had like listening in. I just put
it on my phone and like popped in the headphones and listened. This is my job. I gotta make sure it's like protected while I'm gone. But I literally said as a joke, it's like the Mike Harlow thing where I told him not to get banned from Twitter and he got banned the very next day. I literally was like, don't mess up the stream.
Bro.
But it was pretty funny. And then so that was awkward. And you can find that somewhere in there. And they're like the chat's really mad at us, but like they stay on the same topic. It's pretty funny. And they're literally like, change the topic. Ooh, holy crap! North Carolina just turned green.
North Dakota, Sanders? You mean? Yeah, that's Sanders.
Oh, I thought that was because what's his name was green before Steyer.
Yes. Imagine if Steyer won North Dakota.
Yeah, I would have been like, what is going on? Okay, so Sanders might win something.
So if he's winning North Dakota, he might. I mean, it's over already. I mean, for the sake of like, I don't know, just killing Sanders in a clean sweep. Biden should have sweeped everything. I mean, it's already over. He won everything that mattered.
Right.
But so I mean,
no,
winning North Dakota is really nothing.
Michigan was the real one that matters. I didn't even check who was projected to win Idaho. I'm not saying Idaho as a state doesn't matter, but like the Michigan was the one that was like in dispute that Bernie won last time. That gave a little life in his campaign at this point. So yeah, it's pretty much over. My thumbnail 100% accurate. I found it. I couldn't find a. Well, I could, but I didn't want to like enlarge the ice cream one. So I found a Biden sunglasses picture to put in my thumbnail.
I'm gonna be quite honest. I'm actually kind of you would think that like usually the memes kind of come out of either the far right or the far left, but I'm gonna be quite honest. A lot of the memes from Joe Biden with like the malarkey and the ice cream is actually pretty based. It's actually pretty funny in my opinion.
He's pretty memeable. Like he's a fun guy. There's no Pokemon go to the polls because Biden doesn't know enough to try to unfortunately reference Pokemon. Like,
oh Lord, you gave me some traumatic memories.
Like, he's too old to do that, and he doesn't have the consultants. Like, there's not going to be a Biden hot sauce, but there will be other flubs that are funny, but in a different way. New York love, kind of.
So, your audience actually seems really diverse in the sense of like. I can't, if I was like just reading the chat, I wouldn't be able to find out if, if you were like a right wing channel or a left wing channel, because there's like people who have, Trump's all how, you guys are assuming Biden's going to win, it's going to be Trump. And then like some people are talking about how great Bernie is. It's actually kind of nice having that balance of,
right. I mean, the thing is I feel like there's so much Trump coverage that I barely cover Trump. And we're also in like a different situation where like if Trump does anything negative, it's all over mainstream media. So then I feel like I'm in a position where I can only really cover him without being super redundant when like the media is lying about him. And then I'm in a situation where I'm always defending Trump, but I'm not like a huge Trump person. Like I don't hate him. I don't think he's evil. I don't think he's a terrible person or anything like that. I think he's been like fine. He's been he's governed very similar to a Republican. I wish he would have pushed for more things legislatively. I'm not a big fan. Like a lot of his executive action was undoing other executive action. So like that doesn't really count as like expanding executive power. But I'm not a big fan of I'm not a big fan of like end around Congress. Because like a lot of what Trump did can be undone by a president. Like literally day one, the most overused cliche possible.
Oh yeah, that's why he's able to that's why he was able to get rid of the climate agreement, the Iranian nuclear deal. I mean, these are like kind of if you had to ask an Obama fan, you know, what would be the best things of Obama's like the biggest achievements, they would list like some of these things, and Trump just got rid of them with the sign of a pen. So obviously it's
right. I heard you. I don't know if you're cutting out. That's happening. Why is Gabbard still running? Do you think she will respond to this? Thank you, Zach. The TSM major. I don't know what TSM is. I hope it's not bad for $5. Why is Gabbard still running? How do you think she will respond to this? I don't know why she's still running. Like it's over.
I sense a Tulsi surge coming.
I think maybe she was running on the premise that if she got a delegate, she could get into the next debate. But like everybody knows it's Biden versus Sanders. So, you know,
I think what Gabbard was hoping for probably was to get into the debate, and then like maybe she would actually go after Biden. Though if what we were saying earlier when she was kind of being like because remember we mentioned how she was not going after Biden. So, you know, but maybe she was gonna maybe go after Biden finally in like a final fact. Because, you know, if they didn't change the rules, she would be one of the only two other people on there. So she would actually have really enough space to talk. But I mean, it won't change anything. But it would actually be a.
This is like a weird. We are diverse, but we unite to hate you. I think he's like responding on the chat that they don't like you, which is not very nice. He wasn't in that conversation that you guys were very against. Yeah, like I'm fine if Trump is president again, like yeah, winning one walk don't oh my god, don't walk run productions. I always keep saying thinking it's run don't walk, but that's a whole other issue. But he says winning one delegate gives you no leverage. Yeah, she's like 1-0. Like it's not even close. Like maybe, and the thing is, she doesn't even have a lot of money. Like Bloomberg, technically not like suspending his campaign, he could still flood everything with money as a thing. You know what I mean? He could still be running Bloomberg campaign ads that are really just anti-Sanders ads. Like, you know, so like there's really no reason for her to be in. Like she's not impacting, she's not stealing votes away from anyone. Like. I don't get the thing, and like even if she ran third party, like that's going nowhere.
Well, yeah, obviously. You know what I found really interesting? I don't know if you saw this, but a recent Morning Consult poll showed that the majority of Warren voters went to Biden.
I'm not surprised by that because the that fled to Sanders, most of them left Sanders already, and Warren didn't endorse anyone.
That's true. Though, you know,
this is this freaking quote. If there's a clip of him saying that, I'm gonna look for this after the stream. Biden was a bad dude. Quote attributed to Joe Biden.
I mean, you don't know anymore, but you know, it might be possible he might actually have said that. But I sometimes, you know how remember those memes where they used to back in like 2016 they would like fake a quote from like Sargon or something and make him say something absurdly stupid. Right. And then like, you know, even though he didn't say that, and then now, you know, he might have, but you know, who knows, you know, Biden might have said something like that, you know. And did he see where he said the only thing we could do is reelect Donald Trump or something like that.
Yeah. Where he was like fumbling. I think they were trying to say that Trump edited that video or something like that.
Oh, he
I
did?
don't even know. I don't like. First of all, let's be like his team might have.
Oh yeah.
But like, I don't think they changed what he said. I think they like cut out, filler or something.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I just got sent the Biden clip. You know what? I'm hoping it's appropriate. Like I'm gonna play it here first, and then I'll what you call it. So let me mute so I can listen to this. Take up the chat time while I'm listening.
Oh, bro, moment. Okay, well, I guess now I'm in charge of making sure the chat is alive. So don't leave yet. Sean will be back after he makes sure he isn't completely kicking off YouTube with whatever "don't walk, don't run" or "don't run, don't walk," whatever he sent him isn't a Nigerian scam. He's just checking in on it. So far, he looks like hopefully it's good. So let's look at the chat. Is appropriate. So what do you guys support? Like what are you guys? Are you guys like Biden stands, Bernie stands? Trump stands?
That was really mean, Andrew. I could play that on the air, but I kind of feel bad for Biden. It's that like I clip of like him stuttering all edited together. Oh, like Jesus. That's mean. Be nice.
Oh, do you still have the video I sent earlier with
I do.
Do you want to play that?
Sure. I'll what you call it.
It has the
actually. Let me play that Biden video because it is funny.
Okay, sure.
But it's like I have to like pause it at the right moment in order to play it right. Okay, I got it. All right, let's see. I'm gonna take down the thing. By the way, I saw Idaho come on the board, and it looks like
saw that.
It's in Biden camp right now.
Let me check that out.
Okay, screen share. This is fun. I might stream more often. So I'm like looking to like interview people. I asked like a long time ago to do this, and I never followed up because I'm a bad person. Let me make sure I'm popping the right thing. Oh, crap, I have like two near identical tabs. But like one's like who I direct message, and the other one is the actual video.
Yeah, okay. Don't worry. I have like 10 tabs open right now. I'm just
No, it's just that they're both Twitter tabs, and I'm like, I don't need anybody to see. Like, I'm trying to go to the video. I don't need anybody to see like who I'm talking to behind the scenes.
Oh yes, that's definitely true. You don't want that.
All right,
let's see.
But well, it's for their sake. They don't want to get guilt by association.
That's true.
All right, so. That's not very nice. Hear that?
I couldn't hear that.
Is that a joke? Because you were like, I. Okay. Let me try that again. I don't think I enabled the sound. I messed that up. Production genius on my part. Okay, one. So I go from here, and then let's try this again. But this time, I won't mess it up. Yeah. Okay, share audio. Why isn't that on by default? Okay. All right.
I can't talk. I can't talk. I can't talk.
Oh man, that's not nice. That's not nice at all.
I need to stop it. It's like auto playing it. But yeah. There you go. All right. You know what? The other thing I deleted was nice, I realized the other tab that exact video that you asked me if I still had up.
Oh my lord! All right, hold on. Let me send that again.
I got it. It's in the thing. I just gotta open it up.
Oh yeah.
I have it. I'm just saying that's what I ended up closing.
Oh.
All right. Okay, so we have the Kyle Kalinske thing.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
This is for all the Biden chans out there I don't think there's I think everyone who just left was pro Biden. I think me and you are the only ones who are either Trump or neutral.
Well, I'm with you. I've been like the most pro Biden person because I've been like saying that he's a legit candidate on the internet because all the Biden people are like Johnny come latelys. I'm like grinding it out with Joe Biden for a year saying that he could win.
Oh yeah, Joe Biden's the most electable.
All right, let's hear this.
Either Bernie's gonna have the delegate lead. Okay, almost no matter what happens, Bernie has the delegate lead coming out of Super Tuesday. The question is he gonna be on pace for a plurality, or is he gonna be on pace for a majority?
I think he has the edge there with Klobuchar out now. The path is pretty clear, and I don't know that Biden has made too much of an effort even in the state.
No, but that's the amazing thing. I get it. He won big in South Carolina.
Mhm.
That is one state. That is one state. That's it.
He doesn't have the grassroots enthusiasm. He's not filling stadiums like Bernie Sanders. He's not vacuuming in money from the top. He doesn't have a grassroots operation. So it just felt like a dead man walking campaign for a long time.
Sanders has the energy and the momentum, and people who are dedicated and love him will actually go vote for him.
And the night, it turns out, begins with very good news for Joe Biden. Good news for Joe Biden, indeed.
We've seen Joe Biden do very well tonight, get 4 closing calls in North Carolina.
He was receiving from voters about normalcy, about decency. Voters, hey, I'm interrupting you for this projection. Joe Biden, as you're projected, when all the votes are counted, Joe Biden will have added everything to award another state.
NBC News now projecting Joe Biden is the winner in the state of Texas.
Has just added to the pile. Hey, David, forgive me. I have to interrupt because we have a major call on the East Coast Commonwealth.
Joe Biden wins the state of Maine. This makes 10.
I love that. It's for all the Biden people.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I know that song. Otherwise, I would have been like, but yeah.
Yeah, I think it's one of those internet like
public domain.
Yeah, classic internet thing.
No, I'm saying it's in the public domain because it's like a actual classic.
Oh, really? It's not. I think it's actually made by
I mean, if it isn't, then whatever. I'll edit it out when I get the strike.
It's actually it's one of those. I mean, it's like one of those internet things where people literally.
North Dakota was on the board. Not North Dakota. Idaho was on the board, and then it like just popped off the board.
They said results are expected at 9:05 or in like 20 minutes or so.
Right. I might take like 5. If you guys are good. Is everybody in the chat good to take 5? We've been at it for like 3 hours. There's still almost 500 people watching. It's ridiculous.
That's actually crazy.
I'm off.
I actually might
I'll put it to the screen share if you want to take a break. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I actually might. So I have to wake up early for ROTC stuff tomorrow at like 4 a.m. and all that. So I think I might head out. But hey, it was a really great honor to, talk to you. And, it was a really great honor, being in a live chat with you guys. It was really great fun, and I'm really honored to have you and be on it. It's, and thank you so much. And, if you guys
I had a lot of fun. I appreciate you guys coming on. Like, there would have been a lot of stops and like halts in the conversation. Like, you guys really like held up your end of the conversation, and you guys let me bug you on Twitter. In the direct messages, our group direct messages, I was like the most unhelpful person, and these guys put up with it, and they all showed up on time, despite the fact that I kept not telling them the time. So the whole day. So
yeah, he was.
I would definitely check him out. His links are in the description. Check everybody's links out. Mike Carlo, I'll have the link later because he told me he was joining, late. But thank you. I really appreciate it. And you say your sign off and all that jazz, right?
Yeah, awesome. So, so my links are my links are in the description. Check my channel out. And I really appreciate, again, as I said, and, so aim high, wander on from America with Russian love. So take care, everyone. Take care, my dude.
Bye. All right, so I am all alone with this thingamabob right now. Let me do that. Oh, look at that. Now I'm more important than the actual results. But yeah, their links will all be in the description. I'm going to take 5. It's been 3 hours. I haven't streamed in years. I might pester some of my other friends to come on. Yes, we'll lead. It is still going because I'm reacting directly to what you're saying. Yeah, I might pester people to come on that are like willing. If you guys are like watching and you have my DMs on Twitter, then shoot me one. I'll throw them on. I do want to see the like Oregon results. If they're going to come too late, then I'll sign off eventually. But yeah, I'm still taking 5. So I'm going to put the results up on screen, and I'll pop into the chat while I'm taking a break. So you guys will see me in text form. Normally, I shut the camera when I leave. I left you guys in here alone. You guys can hear me all good? I am interested in nuclear power, by the way. Somebody asked. But let's see. Let me switch. Oh, I get it. I switched to the screen, so you guys didn't see me, even though I can see me. Yeah, so I am interested in nuclear power. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Press 1 in the chat if you can hear. Okay, I got it. What I'm going to do right now, since the results are slow, is I'm going to go through those super chat lines that I promised to read earlier that I just lost track of. Again, thank you guys so much. I'm going to refresh that page and like start reading them off. And if it's like, you know, becoming flat, then I'll what you call it? I'll kind of like not hang around too long because it's already been 4 hours and now I have to guide the stream by myself. By the way, the support has been nice. I'm glad that the guests came on. Like, they're really cool. I'm serious about you guys checking out their channels. Like, you know, that the fact that they came on and that they helped out and all that, like, really appreciate it. And it was a fun discussion. I got the StreamYards. I've been meaning to do live stuff more often on the channel. I'm glad that there's like an insane amount of support for it. So yeah, I really appreciate that. There's so many of them. Oh my God. Why did I promise to read them from the beginning? Oh no. This is disastrous. What is the rip? All right, somebody tell me in the chat before I start reading the super chats. What is the RIP Joe Rogan thing about? Anybody? Solar energy is for betas. I'll pull that up for fun. Okay. So no explanation on what the Joe Biden thing is about. Show us TYT. Do I still have their thing even up? Let me read the chats first, and then I'll go over to TYT, and I'll see if they're melting down. Joe endorsed Bert. Oh, Joe Rogan. Oh, that's what it's about. I've been like trying to figure out what that is. Oh, okay. All right. That makes sense. Okay. Let's get to their reading. Okay, so I'm way far back. Jesus Christ. Where? Okay, so Kirk Wilcox, who said, "I like your work. Here, have some money. Thank you for the super chat, $2. This is Tom Steyer's money. That was the second one, $20. Jonathan Rodriguez, Big JV 423. Have any of you noticed an increase in ad revenue during Bloomberg ads? I answered that earlier. Yes, there was an increase in ad revenue under Bloomberg. Why don't I find where I was before like reading it so you guys don't have to hear all the old ones. Bobbleheads angry. That's all that. Where did I lose it? Oh, okay, so Gina Green, $2, and then Gina Green, $2 again, warning me about the bots. Warned about the bots again. I got $2 Canadian from Jonathan Ferner. You are infected with Corona Chan bots and ducking bots. Yes. Okay, so this is from the point where the bots were overrunning it. Sebastian Boulias said that Bernie is better than Biden. Biden is crazy. I think the stats on this chart right here are saying that Biden is better than Bernie because he just crushed Bernie and crushed all the hopes of the progressive movement. Not saying anything, just saying. We need a mod. I did mod. Oh my God. So many of these are just telling. The fact that you guys sent me money to tell me that the bots were going crazy makes me feel bad. So, Stan Breakwater. Sean, can you make a video debunking all the tankies who say the failures of communist countries is the U.S.'s fault? I will do that. I'm very interested again in history. So That's always fun to do. And like it's not real communism or it's the US's fault. It's basically a meme right now. So I will go over some of those. Like I might do Venezuela because it's the most relevant. What's Matt said? I don't know what you're saying. I'm like trying to go back and forth between these two chats. But yeah, everybody, like it's not real communism thing is like so ridiculous. We'll peek at the Young Turks after this. Will Hillary be Biden's VP pick? Absolutely not. We answered that 0%. Do get rid of the bots. Thank you again, True Mama, for getting rid of the bots. And that came from I don't even know how to pronounce that. I guess this name will do. Clever. David Kant. What realistically do you think the chances of Biden? I don't know why you guys are like the Biden. What like the Biden? I said in the stream, there's no chance Joe Biden picks Hillary Clinton. That is a 0% proposition. He would have to be a buffoon to take Hillary Clinton, which honestly Biden is kind of, a little short. So they just put Idaho on the board for Joe Biden, or at least leaning Biden. It's leaning Biden right now, 41-30, with 4% of the vote coming in. So that's not good for Joe Biden. Or China or Cuba or Nicaragua. I mean, I actually did China. Okay, I'm going to put this one on the thing because it's the recent one. Just because I want to hear you say, Bernie, beware the Ides of March. Yes, like March was the end of Bernie. It was the end of the Communist March. But yeah, I actually did talk about China in one of my recent videos where I broke down I think it was a video that I did between Biden and Bernie, the one that I was very celebratory in, or maybe the one before it, where I talked about how you can trace the per capita income growth of Chinese citizens to the institution of property rights. Like they're literally flat throughout all of like Mao Zedong's era. And then when they started liberalizing the economy first in the 70s with farms where they uncollectivized them. And then when they started recognizing private property rights, that's when China's economy started booming. Because when you don't recognize private property rights, there's no way anybody's going to build anything because you could lose that thing that you're trying to build. And conversely, like no outside investment's going to come in as well, because why would you invest in a country that could at any minute seize your stuff? Like General Motors had a factory in Venezuela that was ended up getting seized by the Venezuelan government. And GM stopped shipping parts to that factory because that factory was their property. And like, if you're not like, there's no way functioning economy without property rights. And you can compare China pre and post property rights recognition, or you can compare China to Hong Kong. Hong Kong had none of the resources of mainland China, but it was a British colony. So it had British common law. So it had recognition of British property rights, and that's why Hong Kong's GDP is like comparable to the United States. Not GDP, per capita income and per capita GDP is comparable to the United States or any other advanced westernized, capitalist economy. So like, yeah, like it's not even close. If you have like the crux of communism is the thing that will destroy your economy faster than anything else, or socialism, which is the destruction of private property rights. So, yeah, I know. The Chinese government's going to get full control according to the treaty in like 2040. And they're already exercising control over Hong Kong. Also, the result came in from Washington. Biden's ahead. Yeah, if Sanders loses Washington, it's already over. Like, you guys can see the map just like I can. And like, this is the destruction of Bernie. Like, Super Tuesday was really the destruction of Bernie, but this is, 1,000 times worse for him. Because, like, he could have theoretically staged a comeback here, but as soon as Michigan went off the board, like, this stream, the purpose of the stream was over because Bernie's campaign is over. And he's in Vermont. He's reassessing. That's it. Mao did more. Get out of here. What is this? No, he didn't. Mao had a program called like the 4 pests program where they try to eliminate 4 pests to like increase food production or whatever. And they ended up destroying, like, I think they targeted the birds that were a type of bird that were like the pests first. And that ended up like greatly increasing the mosquito population or something like that, which caused like all kinds of diseases that are carried by mosquitoes. Like, Mao did not do more good than bad. How dare you? Get out of here. Let me see the TYT stream right quick. Let me finish the super chats because I got to finish that. Simius the First, if you had to put money on November election, what are the odds that Biden being elected? I think it's 50-50, maybe 60-40 in favor of Trump. Sean, appoint a mod. Yes, I already did that. How many heart transplants? Bernie Sanders. Yeah, I got it. No disrespect. Okay. Okay, David Kant, $5. What are the realistic chances Biden chooses Clinton? Why do you no, stop it. Stop trying to get me to read that question. He's never picking Hillary Clinton. The Orange Ninja Turtle for $5. Bernie can defend his microphone. Defend the microphone in his hand right now. How can he defend you from the CIA? Also, AJW, enjoy your romantic trip with Mike Harlow. And he put a eggplant emoji. No, it's not a romantic trip. I'm just trying to get Mike invited to the Minds IRL because I think Mike he's a good guy. Presley. Oh my God, you guys with the names. Presley, Prez Ali 2040. I think it will be more moderate in the future. The younger R's are more moderate, while younger D's are more radical. What are your thoughts? I think eventually we're going to see something break with like the crazy progressive youth. I don't know if it's going to go that way. I've answered this question before. I think Stacey Abrams would be a disastrous pick. By the way, they have Washington in the Sanders camp, by the way. That's the update right there. According to Business Insider. Yeah, Stacey Abrams is a disastrous pick. You want to pick somebody that doesn't have national attention in a negative way. I don't think Stacey Abrams would be a good pick. And she's still pretending she's the governor of Georgia. Let's see. Let's see. Rid, oh my God, Rid District, you guys with the names, man. Rid District, what's my classic sign off? Joe Biden, that's a reference to before. Literally God, this is the one that killed the stream. Literally God for $2. Would you guys date a hot trad Muslim woman? The trad thing, if they're traditional, like if they're traditional, like religious traditional, I'm not converting for anybody. Brandon Nelson, $5. New York City called Michigan for Biden. Biden, he did win. Telecots Alcon, you were the first channel to point out I did read that. First channel to point out TURT, like their propaganda. He unsubscribed in 2014, but he watches my videos to kind of catch up on them. Thank you for the 1999. David Kant, chances of Biden. Why? Oh my God. How many of these super chats are going to be chances Biden picks Hillary Clinton? Like, do you guys think that Clinton has some dirt on Joe Biden that I don't know about? Like, find me on Twitter and send me that information. But it's not going to happen. I'm going to stop reading those. They keep coming up. What are your predictions for... Oh, crap. I flipped the other way. God. Oh, my God. I just jumped to the top. No. Okay, it's actually not that much more, guys. Let's see. That comes from Taker610 for $2. Thank you for the donation. I don't think it's Klobuchar because she has too much national exposure. And also, if you look at Klobuchar when she's answering questions that she's unsure about, she's kind of shaking, and you can see that she's nervous. So I don't think she would be a good pick. I think of all the candidates, she's the most likely pick, however. Keith Gardak, Comrade Bernie, may have to execute his nuclear option tonight, naming Cenk's nephew's uncle as the VP. We already discussed this. Cenk Uygur, not born in the United States, cannot be VP or president. Watch Cenk's. Yeah, there's people asking for that. Chase Elliott. I think this is the last one that I read. We should definitely check in on Cenk's nephew's uncle. Okay, I will check the TYT stream. Oliver Heaney, Australian, $2. Criminology with psychology as a major. So what I mean by I said earlier, diversify what you study when you're in college. What I meant by that is that I did criminal justice, which is a social science, but I coupled that with editing, which, film production, which I focused on editing, which is a technical skill. So I think you should minor in something technical. I actually double minored. I minored in editing and acting, but I had a limited number of credits that I could use to get my minor completed, and I decided to go in the film direction because while acting classes were fun, I didn't feel like that was going to get me anywhere. So if I was in school, I would go to an inexpensive school, never overpay for a degree, especially a social science degree. But I would minor in something technical if I'm majoring in something soft sciencey, and I would do the reverse as well. Like, okay. And we have, so we're actually almost done. We have Phil G. What are your predictions for the congressional races? Honestly, I haven't looked at the numbers. I would say that the Democrats are going to lose seats just because they gain so many, but it also depends on how much turnout is for the Democrats overall and how bad Trump is going to perform, because the anti-Trump strength is enough to galvanize a lot of Democrats, but Trump's base of support will show up for him. So it might be like an Obama situation where they lose people because they win the presidency, the Republicans, but they lose more seats in Congress. So, so I actually cleared the freaking super chats. It wasn't that many. I mean, it was, but not rereading all the old ones. Of course. The Ghost of Quorum as VP without question. It would be funny if Joe Biden named somebody that didn't exist. All right, so I'm gonna find that TYT stream since you guys are asking for it. Let me search it into YouTube. It's just gonna take me a minute to pull it up, guys. And we'll see. I don't think they're in meltdown though. I think they were a little more prepared for this. You know what I mean? Sanders was set to lose. All right. I got to skip their ad because an ad's playing. But yeah, Sanders was set to lose tonight. So I think they were a little more prepared. That's why when I went over, they were kind of mad about Joe Biden. But oh, okay. I'm definitely going over to this because it's kind of funny. Okay.
Saying that it's them saying they're the ones in power.
Can you guys hear this?
The way to go would be, hey guys, let's compromise. Let's do something where we actually do limit drug prices. But we saw what their idea of a compromise was. It was a Trojan horse that the Democratic leadership did in the House, where they pretended to negotiate drug prices, but actually kept them in place for the overwhelming majority of drugs for another 10 years. They gave them a new monopoly because they're paid to serve those donors, not us. That's just the reality.
Thank you, AM.
Biden really is the general
MV channel
election nominee, which I'm going to tell you in a little bit why I don't think that might not happen. But if he really is the nominee, this thing's going to blow because he's going to lose to Trump, and then we're going to have a very, very bad situation.
I mean, I could turn up the volume a bit, but also, I can't just play their content uninterrupted. I have to give some commentary here and there.
They bottled it up enough to win this election, it looks like, for now. Okay, but at the end of the day, you can only push people down so much before they rebel.
Exactly.
We've got some results, I think, unless some of this came out before I came back onto the panel. But did you have anything from Washington?
No.
Okay, well, we do. So why don't we go to this? This is obviously only the early vote, but it is Bernie Sanders at 321,000 votes to Joe Biden at 320,000 votes.
120,000 votes for Warren. My God.
How much? I mean, they've been voting for weeks, obviously.
What percentage reporting?
I'm assuming that's only the early vote.
Excuse me.
Okay.
I'm assuming since it's saying 0%.
Right.
But that's a gap of 400 votes out of over 600,000.
But that's a lot of votes.
That's
okay.
over.
So
yeah, I believe that Washington has a very good system of mail-in early votes and stuff like that.
That's right. So basically a tie in Washington. So
Basically it's tie.
Bernie's winning.
The next time we look at that, Biden will be leading and back and forth, back and
Cenk
forth.
has like
So
acknowledged
we don't know
defeat
what
right now.
percentage reporting in reality, obviously there.
Wow.
But if that looks like a real number, that's a lot of votes on the board. And
You see what I mean about this not being a meltdown?
Even if Bernie
It's
comes
not the
out a
same
little
as it was
ahead,
before.
if it's really that
where
close, that's a statistical.
they
So,
did not expect
we're
Biden to
hoping
rise.
for a
Like
win in Washington
in the beginning of that stream,
Miracle
I'm going to mute for a second. In the beginning of that stream, where that they did on Super Tuesday, Cenk had like an outrageous idea that Joe Biden was going to be winning. Joe Biden was going to lose to Bernie in Virginia, but and Biden was polling like 10 points ahead of Sanders. He ended up destroying Sanders, winning by like 20 or 30 points. I don't remember exactly. So that's why there was a meltdown, because
can he speak for
Dear
Zoom?
God.
We could have an hour of it. And that is a real question. That's why Carville and Clyburn and others are trying to shut down that debate, because they don't think Joe Biden could even speak.
Did your
cogently for
mom
1
use
hour.
the Chancia
And yet
on
they
you?
think
I have
he should be
no
our
idea what the
nominee to go up
Chancia
against
means.
Trump.
I'm like
That's
scared
so
to read
craven.
words I don't
It's
understand.
unspeakable.
It's a win-win for them.
Yeah, Anna's
Yeah.
done.
It's a win-win for them.
The latest
neither
TYT
candidate
meltdown is
threatens
depressing.
Their profits, their money, their taxes. Neither one of them would fundamentally change the way they're living their lives.
I saw Carville's house on social
Oh
media.
my
You see,
God.
it's the tackiest thing I've ever seen in my life. It's truly
Do you
garish,
not see
but
how
it's
he
enormous.
dresses on
He's-
cable television?
He's gonna be fine.
Which party stands for your interests? I have no idea,
not like
dude.
Young Turks. This is a classy
Like I don't know what your interests are.
Look.
Like I think
Yeah,
that the
MSNBC
idea that
dressed like
like
that's just,
I think the idea like a lot of people vote based on.
That's
let me bring
how
this
he
down
looks like he's
for
the
a
common
second.
man. And then when he goes back into his mansion, he puts on.
I appreciate the $5 donation, but like if I'm reading that right, like it's still not something that I'm like aligned with. But I think the look, I'm a libertarian, so I think the best thing that the government can do for most people is leave them alone. I'm gonna go back because Anna sounds depressed, so we got to hear that.
This is the one about Joe Biden, Lawrence O'Donnell. All right, so Joe Biden was being interviewed by Lawrence O'Donnell,
Okay.
and the topic of Medicare for All came up. And I think this is a very enlightening answer to give you a sense of how Joe Biden thinks when it comes to something incredibly important that would actually fundamentally change the lives of Americans for the best. Take a look.
For the
Bernie
best.
Sanders says that this public health crisis is yet another, in his view, perfect example of why we need a healthcare system with Medicare for all, some version of Medicare for all, at least, because everyone would know, an absolute guarantee that they would be able to get the treatment they need, and it would not be the cost of
Medicare for all for that. The Biden proposal, well, you'd be covered for all of this. The fact of the matter is that everyone would be covered.
Joe Biden says-
Obamacare, restoring the cuts have been made and putting
I
it in a
got it.
public option.
Joe Biden says the fact of the matter is, or like here are the facts so many times in sentence. It's actually really funny watching him in the debate where he's like, here's the facts. The facts are, here's the facts. But I'll hear the response.
Bill of about $12,000 a year for an average family of 4.
Oh, this is like
instead of
this is like a
buying
funeral.
Private insurance where you have to pay copays, premiums, and deductibles, you get to buy public insurance where you have to pay copays, premiums, and deductibles. It's not remotely the same. It's not within miles of the same. Is it a tiny marginal improvement on the current system? Yes. And at this rate, if we keep improving healthcare like this, in about 2,000 years after the planet no longer exists, we might catch up to Canada.
We'll have dental.
No, this guy just put out an ad attacking Bernie, and the whole point of the ad was unity. We need unity. Democrats need to come together. And look at Bernie. He's not a player in this game. You know, he's not coalescing around me. That's what he should do. Okay.
Yeah.
And then he comes out and says, if a Democratic Congress passes Medicare for all, I will veto it. That is what he's saying there, right? So like
well,
all
he
the
did.
gobbledygook nonsense that he's like.
Look, Biden is a politician. If the Democrats in Congress pass Medicare for all, like, and send it to his desk, he'll probably sign it because the climate required for that to pass is something that he'll do. The Donald has been r/the Donald, that's the Donald Trump Reddit, has been censored. Has been censored on Reddit. Jesus. Chaos Miner says that the Donald Trump subreddit has been censored on Reddit, and he loves my show and Trump 2020. I think Trump has a chance to win. Obviously, that interview that he made where he said that he was waiting for Bernie, like, the people who thought Bernie was just going to walk away with it, I think they're wrong. I don't think that after Trump won, I think that anybody can win the presidency, because once there's just two parties, anyone can win. I don't know who this guy is, but I'm going to play him so I can hear him talk.
While
demonizing
the person who actually
I'm not surprised that the crackdown is happening, especially now that you have an establishment candidate like Biden.
These cynical politics work, that you have to be very clear-eyed about these things, and it's remarkable how they were able to do it.
The last night, when that video came out, the cover from Biden's supporters trying to pretend that what we were hearing from him was just a bunch of malarkey. Like, no, he's not saying he would like veto it, because like some of these people secretly might kind of like the idea of that sort of system, and they want to believe that Biden is going to bring it about. You could have just supported the guy who actually would do it. Trying to like pretend, no, he's just saying it would be hard and all that. Like, when I would say maybe a Democratic president, if it got through the Senate and the House, should be rejoicing at that point that was possible, and wouldn't think that America doing something that every other major country in the world is capable of doing wouldn't require a miracle or an epiphany. Everyone else can do it. If you don't think we can, maybe explain why.
Exactly.
Stop just implying
100%.
it. Maybe explain why.
And you're being far too generous to the people that are gaslighting us right now and telling us, no, you didn't hear what you heard, okay? You didn't hear what you heard. Your ears are lying to you. And those are also the same people who are like, what do you mean? No, Biden's not facing any type of cognitive decline. In fact, I mean, he just happened to forget the Declaration of Independence. He happened to forget that Margaret Thatcher isn't the Prime Minister of Germany.
I mean, look, Biden Declaration is hilarious. I used that in my video about Biden. So I haven't seen this clip fully. He might have said that he was going to veto it, because remember, right now he's trying to draw distinctions between him and Bernie Sanders. And part of the thing that he was able to drive a wedge between them on was the idea that Bernie wouldn't protect union healthcare plans. Do I think that Biden would necessarily veto? Like, again, if we got to a scenario where Medicare for all was passed in Congress, do I think that Biden would veto Medicare for all? No. I like, politicians are politicians. They will do something that's popular, that's overwhelmingly popular. What's funny is, like, the Young Turks, go back and watch when they were doing the Obamacare fight. They were talking about how the fact that there's no public option is the travesty, and now the public option that Biden's proposing is the travesty. So, and by the way, I actually broke down these polls in that video to understand, like, the nuances of polling. Like, they talk about how popular Medicare for all is, but Medicare for all is popular initially in polling, but when you start going into the details, popularity changes. Like, if you say that Medicare for all will wipe out people's private insurance, the popularity goes down. Now, a progressive would respond to that by saying that when you say that they get to keep their doctor, keep their healthcare, keep everything, then the popularity goes up, right? That's the progressive response. But when you say that there's going to be higher taxes on everyone, not just the rich, which you would have to do, bare minimum, middle class, but really, literally everyone, the popularity shoots down even more. Like, it goes down into like the 20s. So they keep saying, oh, well, Medicare for all is so popular, Medicare for all is so popular, based on that one poll. Like, I saw Kyle Kalinske do an entire video on it state by state, and they don't realize that the popularity changes based on the question, based on when people get more information, because most people don't understand policy. And the crazy thing about that is that it's not really Medicare for all, it's universal health care, right? But universal health care or government-run health care doesn't poll well. Medicare is a super popular program. So they literally call it Medicare for all, even though it covers more things than Medicare. It covers dental like Medicare doesn't, because it polls better, but they don't understand the nuances of polls when it's inconvenient for them. Like it's baffling to watch these progressives talk about Medicare for all the way that they do and realize that they're actually people who consider themselves serious political analysts, because everyone knows that initial polls don't mean jack. Like that's not how it works. So I got a super chat. It's a super chat on the title alone. Awesome. It's great to see youthful thinkers. I'm 51 and happy to see this. Keep it up. $8 for the donation, and I appreciate it. I'm glad that the title was entertaining. The thumbnail, I thought about that and put a lot of effort into it. I'll bring up the Young Turks. Let me just check if anything new came in from the super chat department. And I might wrap this up, because once they start flipping states the other direction, like this is over. But let's hear Anna.
And they are doing nothing to offer an inviting lineup of shows that speak to the issues that matter to them. So their days are numbered. Like, I'm very curious to see where their ratings are at 10 years from now.
Yeah. They've got a spot where hardball was.
Yeah.
They could use it.
They should give it to Trump.
Yeah.
It's inconceivable they would hire a progressive. Inconceivable. It's not in their DNA.
Yeah, so we got to take a break. Let's do that. When we come back, we have some more stories for you, some more commentary. Don't go.
All right, so okay, so of course they take a break when I bring them back up. That is hilarious. I guess, like I said, they don't understand. By the way, that's a commercial. That's not them actually, covering anything news. So that is a break. You could tell by their outfits changing. So yeah, it's really the fact that they don't get polling is really weird. Funny thing is that it looked like a regular rifle that most people would think of. I totally clipped out. I saw you, like one of the people that I designated a mod, highlighted your chat, and it's literally something in the context of the conversation that I didn't see. Angela Goodwin. I'm a socialist brat from Eastern Europe with one passion. I'm a socialist brat from Eastern Europe. I hate socialism. Communism does not exist because socialism kill it. I know what you're trying to, like, socialist brat, like army brat, like you're the child of people who consider themselves socialists. Or are you trying to make a distinction between socialism and communism that's not being made clear? Regardless, thank you for the $4.99, Angela Goodwin. Communism does not exist. I think maybe you're trying to say, like, the end point of communism is supposed to be where the government dissolves and all hierarchy dissolves, and socialism is supposed to be a route to that. And maybe socialism, like, it never makes it that far, which tends to lean toward the no true socialism, but I don't know. I try my best. Richard Lindahl, TYT is projecting massively tonight. Oh, well, about MSNBC and the mainstream media crumbling, probably. I talked about how I don't think they're doing particularly well. The union drive is not good for the company. It's like depressing. It's not even fun. Like right now, like it was fun. Super Tuesday was fun. Like you look at the compilation. I'm sure like Dame Pesos will cut together a compilation that is funny, but it's not fun unless they think they're gonna win. Like what makes the Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump special so good is that they really believed that Hillary Clinton was going to win that night, and and they snatched it away. There is a fun element in the Bernie Sanders thing in that Bernie Sanders had this locked up, but he snatched victory from the jaws of, he snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Like he had it. All he had to do was not be a communist and not praise Fidel Castro. Like, he really did boost them. What? Oh, shit. You gotta be kidding me with these freaking bots. Jacob Dixon, did I not make you a mod? Did I not make you a mod? I feel like I did. Ugh, I lost my stream because I put up the TYT stream. All right. I mean, let me look at the channel. Let me look at the results. So they do have Bernie leading in North Dakota. They have Biden leading in Idaho and Bernie leading by like less than 1,000 votes in Washington State. Okay, I'm gonna go to. I have to open up a tab and go to my actual stream so that I could, make somebody a mod, so I could take care of this. I do try to block them. I honestly I haven't streamed it so long, so I wasn't familiar with the fact that these people would just flood your chat, or these bots would just flood your chat. So, so like let me try to. Where's this guy? Dude, just keep typing in the chat so I could see you when I switch over to the tab, so I could mod you, because I can't mod you from here. Okay, add moderator. All right, you should have the power now. Okay. I took out the one bot, but like, are they back up? Let's hear it.
That you're a TYT member and you support us. $4.99, you get the post games, including live
asking for
you get the extra hour. $9.99, you get all videos and all the videos that TYT has. So please do that as well. Now let's go to Washington for a second.
I'm modding people.
So Washington has dramatically changed while not changing at all, really.
I don't know you very well. I'm modding people, person that's on screen. I'm modding people that I know from Twitter or from that support me on the thing.
Hey, he's winning. Hey,
so
look, when you read
like that cover me in some way. I'm gonna go mod all of my
those are basically the same
people
number
that
of votes. It now
back me in
nearly 98% of the precincts.
through the join button
so that
and
has changed.
Patreon. I'll figure out
the same.
who
The votes
deserves to be
the same.
modded and all
Bernie
that.
Sanders with a narrow lead that could potentially change, but is probably unlikely to.
Okay, so then it is kind of shaping up to be what we said was the back half. And again, the reporters on the East Coast have already declared Joe Biden the winner of the planet.
They're at trench war.
Right. Oh yeah, right. It looks like Bernie might win North Dakota and Washington. I have not heard one word about Idaho the whole night.
So I've actually never been a member of TYT. I'm about to sign up for membership because I need them to stay alive. And signing up for memberships like this, since this is my job, are actually business expenses. So I will sign up for TYT membership. But I've never been a member.
To add to that, so Joe Biden has given a speech tonight. It's been a good night for
Excuse
him.
me.
And he had this
They're not really at
tone
war.
of
Anna's dressed for a
complete and utter
funeral.
victory, not just tonight.
Cenk
or
is even
just on
like
Super
somber.
Tuesday, but in this primary period. So let's take a look at what he had to say.
Is taking off, and I believe we're going to do well from this point on. Take nothing for granted. Want to earn every single vote in every single state. But
no, I know that other YouTube are members of TYT. I'll sign up in the lowest tier, but
and contribute if you can. We need you. We want you. There's a place in our campaign.
All right, Thaddeus, good night. We do go way back.
I wanna
Thaddeus has
thank
been watching this channel for
Bernie
a long
Sanders
time.
and his supporters for their tireless energy and their passion.
All right, I'm gonna mute that. So, like, by the way, code word, whenever they thank somebody for their passion and their energy, they're basically saying, "You're done, son. Go home." Like, he was attacking a little while ago. So, yeah, this is over. Where are we at? We're at 4:15. So I'm gonna wrap this up like in a few minutes. Thank you guys. You've brought it back up to 400. I think the lowest that I got is when everybody left and then I went out and took a break, and that's when it got to 300 people. you guys really have been super supportive. Let me kill the TYT thing. Let's hear a little bit of it.
Okay.
There certainly wasn't much energy in that speech, but anyway, yes.
But Biden's speech met the moment. Sober, inclusive, and presidential.
Okay.
It's the right tone. People and tired of our divisive.
Okay. So they're doing the the media is in the tank for Biden, which, by the way, you're going to see the media get in the tank for Biden, and you're going to see the media get in the tank for Biden. Obviously, you're going to see them fight back against the stuff about Joe Biden's health. You're going to see a lot of them doing restrictions on Joe Biden's health because they're going to say that Hillary Clinton's health concerns that were manufactured by the internet cost her the election. So they're really going to protect Biden over that, which is crazy because you were allowed to speculate endlessly about Donald Trump's mental health, even after he got a doctor to confirm that he does not suffer from dementia. And then after that, you were still allowed to do that. So, yeah, so we're going to see the social media bias. What's social media bias? But what's really funny is after Bernie concedes, after Bernie endorses Donald Trump, after the Young Turks accept that it's Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden versus Donald Trump, you will see the Young Turks flip on Hillary Clinton, Anna, because Anna voted for Jill Stein, but they're all going to feel like, okay, well, we kind of have to do this. And, last time they thought Hillary was going to win, so it makes it feel good to vote for like a Jill Stein or something. But they're all going to flip. All the progressive media is going to flip. The same attacks that they are saying are acceptable now, the Kyle Kalinskis of the world and all that, they will all pretend is unacceptable. If Biden wins, they might talk about it after. If Biden loses, they'll definitely talk about it after and say that they told you so. But they're going to get into the camp because they don't like Trump more than they're mad about this Joe Biden thing. That's my opinions. But I'll check the screen share one more time. I'm going to put up the thing and I'll read that chat. So, yeah, this is why I'm calling it, because we have, excuse me, I'm also getting tired. We have a bunch of votes in, even though it says 0% reporting, leaning Sanders, leaning Biden. Like Washington, like the rate, it's like 2,000 votes or less than 2,000 votes that separate the two. That's not enough to save Sanders' campaign. In North Dakota, I mean, we're talking 800 votes to 500 votes. Like, that's not enough to save Sanders' campaign. And Idaho's leaning Biden. Like, Sanders needed Michigan, no Sanders. So Cole Chungus, $2. This is likely to be the last super chat of the night. Say praise be Chungus for another $2. Praise be Chungus for another $2. Love you. Thank you for the donation. I'm not sure I get it, but yeah. All right. So let me get rid of the screen share. All right. So thank you guys so much for watching. I didn't think 400 people would stay out of to 600. I'm actually planning on inviting people on and doing more one-on-one interviews with the streaming software. Like, if you notice, I don't have the StreamYards logo up here because I actually paid for the service, because if you guys contribute to the channel, I try to put that money back into the channel, to make a better show. So I'm looking to have other guests on the I'm looking to have other guests, like other YouTubers that I've met throughout the course of this thing, for like long form interviews, maybe like once a week, maybe more realistically like twice a month. And, I'm still going to make my normal videos. I'm not going to become one of these streaming channels that's like super chats. I understand that you guys come for like well-researched and well-put-together videos. So thank you very much for everything. I'm going to end it now. It's the end of, it's the end of, I'm Joe Bidening right now. I'm losing my, it is the end of Bernie Sanders as titled. Hit me with the hard names. A Johnny Goldmane, New Zealand, $2. I don't know what that is, American. Love from New Zealand. Thank you very much. And I guess this will be the last chat unless you guys try to hook me on. But yeah, anyway, thank you guys so much. It's been over 4 hours. Thank you to everybody who joined. I have all their information linked in the description box, except for Mike Harlow because he joined late. I'll try to link that there too. I'm going to I actually have to take out the garbage, then I'm going to sleep. You guys are amazing. Really appreciate it. Catch you guys later. Oh wait, it's not catch you guys later. It's till next time. Except I have to click end broadcast. So till next time. One motion. Oh my god. All right. Bye. I'm not losing it. How dare you? How dare you? Yeah, Joe Bidening. That's what it's called. All right. Now I'm really leaving.